Hey Bryce, how's it going?
You
I'm
got
a
your
plane, so
laptop?
well, I didn't get my new one. I had to cancel it because it was delayed, but I found one, and I think I got it all taken care of.
The other one took those delayed stuff. I hate that delay
Oh,
stuff.
you
It's
and hey
stupid.
Miguel, I hate it. So it said that it's delayed. If I don't get it by today, I can cancel it. Blah blah blah. So I did that, but you know, having kids and grandkids and all the computers I bought
Yeah.
them. I found one because I've like 50 of them apparently in the garage, and my husband found two of them that are the latest one, and I got it downloaded to put StreamYard on, YouTube on. I think I may get this tonight, so we may play. So you're just gonna have to bear with me. And hey,
Okay.
Michelle. So we're gonna play with the computer tonight.
Play with the computer tonight. Get it, figure it out.
Hi, Christine. Hi, Bryce.
Hi.
I thought we were all gonna be in trouble with those keys locked in the
I
car.
was cracking up, I was
I'm telling you,
cracking up.
we're all in trouble.
Hey, some of us.
Okay, I
Oh
gotta
man.
mute for a moment. You guys continue on, please.
How you doing tonight, Bruce? Bryce, I'm sorry.
Some of us. Oh man.
Yeah, I heard her jiggling your door. I thought, oh, she's
Yeah,
fucked.
I know. Oh crap! Did she lock her keys in the car or not?
It was locked, but her keys were in her pocket, I believe.
Yeah, and some of it is in the car, but it's in their pocket.
Oh, I've done that so many times on Daddy's little Ford Ranger because the buttons
Yeah,
are right there when you get out.
yeah.
And I've hit them and leave the truck running and had to climb through the little windows in the back.
Oh fuck!
Oh, it's hilariously not funny.
Nope, I cannot do that in small windows. I might get stuck.
I know, Chaos. Anybody's welcome to come up here. Um, I did get a computer. I'm trying to play with it. So you're going to see me muting and unmuting and muting and unmuting. And Chaos, it would be good even if you could find some links, post them in the back, and I will see what I can do. So we're going to play. I know those Hollywood Hills, I saw 0%
I'm
containment,
back. I
five.
was choking,
Oh,
coughing by
oh,
accident.
let's not choke cough, sweetheart, okay?
I'm fine now.
Oh, one of my friends
Swallow
in
your spit
California had a
all the
fire
way.
today.
I know.
No.
Hey, Brooklyn, and I will post your link one moment too, sweetheart.
I'm good now. I won't do that again.
No, out. Puzzle. Out. Don't belong in here. Out.
Welcome, KS. Give me one moment, please.
Hi, KS4.
Hey, AC, I found a computer. It's not the one I ordered. The one I ordered was delayed, but I had like 500 of them in my house, and I found two of the latest versions, and I downloaded YouTube and StreamYard, and I think I got this. I think I got this. Yeah, yay.
Yeah, this is bad.
One of my friends in California just posted a fire in front of her house. It's awful.
I think they need to honest, if my honest opinion, all the northern part of Los Angeles and Los Angeles County should just evacuate. Get out ahead of it.
People are not
Yeah.
evacuating, they're choosing to stay.
Yeah,
Come
And,
on.
and
My friend,
Michelle,
her area
Michelle, if
hasn't
your
been
friend
evacuated.
has been,
Has not been yet.
okay,
They're waiting for evacuation. She's
so
got her
here's,
car loaded up. She's just waiting for the go.
Here's my question, Michelle, and I'm sorry. I'm going to be mean, but I'm not being mean. I am being mean. That makes no sense, but it made sense to me. She sees the fire in front of her house, but she chooses to wait for an official evacuation. Why? Why? I don't understand.
Because of her 17 dogs.
Well, but here's the thing. Is she going to get those by the time this date? Now, and I watched it, okay? They should have had this. And it was originally like 12 miles in the beginning. That's it. And then it went to 200 miles. Or square acres. I'm sorry, 200 acres. Okay.
Okay.
My
Like the
question is,
Palisade fire started at 50 acres. The Eaton fire started at 50 acres and blew up within like 6
But-
hours to 1,200 plus
Okay.
acres.
but in 12 minutes, one went from like minimal acreage to 200 acreage, according to one of the things I heard today. Now,
Yeah.
here's my question. How quickly is she going to get those 17 dogs into her car by the time they get evacuation? They're not evacuating soon enough. My opinion, just my
I agree.
opinion. I understand. I live in
I mean,
her.
I got my own
I would
opinions
be
about
out of
people
there.
not
You know
evacuating.
But here's my thing. I live in hurricanes. I've never evacuated in a hurricane. Mandatory evacuations. I am in a mandatory evacuation zone. I get it to a point, but here's my thing. You cannot outrun a fire, number one.
No,
You
you can't.
cannot save yourself in a fire.
Mm-mm.
Plus, the
I-
wind's blowing so hard.
Well, you're right, but the point is, fire. You cannot evacuate
No.
yourself in a fire fast enough. I get it. I've talked about this. In 2013, I lost everything, including my 4 dogs in my home from a fire. Here I am 11 years later. We rebuilt. They had to tear everything on the inside. I just had a shell of a home. I still smell. Tonight, I'm sitting here watching some of this fire, and I went around looking at my electrical outlets thinking, oh my God, I smell. I mean, that's the trauma it gives. It's horrible. Okay, continue on.
No, that's my two things. I'm scared of being burned up and I'm afraid of drowning. So either way, I would run like a bat out of hell to somewhere.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, my honest opinion, the people that are refusing to leave, if they survive it, when a first responder gets hurt trying to save them after they were told to leave, they should be charged.
I hope they do.
No state had.
Because
I don't think any
everybody's
state
been
has
telling
any laws
her
that.
for 5 hours now, get out, get out. And she's like, well, I'm kind of waiting to see if it'll go the other way. And I'm like, why wait?
Oh, this thing's going north, south, east, and west at the same time.
Oh,
It's
shit.
not. It's not one of those. Oh, wait and see. I
No.
would suggest anybody that's near that fire just to go ahead and get their important documents, get their pets, get their jewelry, and get out of there before it even gets anywhere near you.
From what I was seeing, the back trail of this, it's so freaking hot, there ain't nothing left.
Oh, I was
temperature's right,
watching it
the
all
fire.
most of the morning, and some of the videos, most of the flames were white. This thing is burning, I would say, easily 18 to 2,000 degrees in some areas.
I mean, it is
So that's
melting
just
metal.
incinerating everything.
Yeah, it's melting metal.
Yeah,
Everything behind it's gone.
yeah. My wife asked, why can't they use the ocean water? And it's like, it's salt water. It will destroy a fire truck.
Yeah.
It'll destroy that pump. Depending on what pumps they have.
Well, can't they do air out of the ocean? Can't they pick water up out of the ocean with air out with the helicopters and stuff? Can they do that?
With the buckets, yeah, they've done it before.
They use pool water also for
Yeah,
fires.
they'll find all the swimming pools, drain those first. But yeah, they've used lakes, the ocean to dump
Yeah.
water.
Okay, hate to break the news to you. If they're concerned, because that is not true. If they're concerned salt water is going to destroy a fire truck, but let people lose their lives, lose their homes, everything they've worked for, that's messed up. That's even more messed up of the billions of dollars they cut back in LAFD. Just saying.
All right. First, you protect life, limb. The last thing you ever worry about
You're
property in a
right.
wildfire.
You damn right. But here's the thing. I just heard you say salt water will ruin a fire truck. That's why they won't use the ocean. That's untrue. That is, I mean, it will destroy because I live by salt water and my appliances don't last nearly as long as anybody who lives away from salt water. Just in the air, the salt in the air corrodes everything. I know this. I know this for a fact. I go through appliances and TVs like there's no tomorrow. We keep a TV outside, and about every year and a half to 2 years, I have to replace it because the salt in the air corrodes the TV. But my point is, as much as that fire, every minute that fire continues, there's another risk of a life being lost. It's not the reason. It's more of what to A, get it there, B, the wildlife that's there in the water and on the land. It's just like they don't want to let any of that water go out to the ocean, but they're going to. It's going to go out there. But the point of salt water, sometimes salt water will help flame more of the fire and make it hotter when the salt vapors get into it. That's one of the reasons.
Yeah, but
Continue on, sorry.
most of these newer fire trucks have fucking plastic in the damn pumps. They're not built like they used to be.
Well, and I understand that,
Christine.
but my point is that I'm trying to say is that they're not using the ocean water because it's going to destroy a fire truck. Because the first time you say that to somebody who's been in a fire or in the middle of a fire right now, they will say, "What? My life isn't worth the cost of a fire truck." That's that. It's an absurd thing, and I'm sorry. Over time, that's what's going to happen, but it's an absurd thing and I hope to God, none of those people out there are saying such a thing.
Christine.
Yes, I'm listening.
The Washington State fire crew is heading to California to help with the blazing.
They're heading from across the United States.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're getting their Redmond, Oregon is, I think they finally accepted it, is sending water and other things from Redmond, Oregon, and Northern California is coming down too. It's coming from everywhere. The help will be coming. This
Yeah.
isn't going to be contained in the next, it's going to take a couple of weeks to contain this. Okay, Katrina just sent me a message, so let me work a little
Oh,
bit faster on this.
As
Continue on,
soon
guys.
as the
Sorry.
winds die down, they'll get it contained.
They'll start getting it contained. They won't have it contained. They will start. Right now, they have zero contained. Zero. And the thing is, somebody has blood on their hands. I'm going to tell you this right now. And one of the reasons being is the billions, and I think I last heard was $17 billion that they have cut the funding for LAFD. I mean, this is crazy. FEMA's going to pay 75% of all the stuff to fight this fire. And that's great. FEMA's doing that. And again, AC, I'm sure you're going to agree with me. They're all doing things a little too late. I'm just saying. You know this too. Oh shoot. MBNDZ. Let's log in. Let's see how this goes. Okay. Let's log this out. Go into YouTube. I got this going. I'm gonna get this. So I'm gonna sing to y'all. Hey, J1. Okay. I got this. Hey, J1. Oh, shoot. Let me mute. Hold on. Okay, I'm muted. Sorry. I'm getting things going. Do you see that? Do you see that?
I be
No.
damn, I got to see what they were saying in chat for a minute. I
Why?
figured it out. I
Oh,
did.
good. How'd you
I
figure
tell
it
it.
out? How'd you figure it out?
I'm sitting
Gee.
here playing with it and just figured it out.
You figure it.
I'm in trauma brain, Christine, and it usually happens when I'm in this kind of brain set.
YouTube, Christine, continue.
What are you doing, Christine?
Trying to get my computer up.
Was
Is Summer
Sparkle
going to
going to
be
come up?
unmuted?
Shelly,
Yes,
or was going to come up?
yes, chilled. She will, Minchi is on her way to work, sweetheart.
Oh, I have a question regarding the fire in
And
California.
I don't follow, hold on a second, Jonathan. I don't follow Ryan Mata. Is that somebody I should look up? Because right now, hold on, 17.6 million, okay. Continue. Mike and Cam. Allow. Turn my cam off. Oh, my cam's gonna need to be on, isn't it?
What? Play a video? Your cam don't have to be on.
Okay, no, hold on. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Hold on.
Oh, that sounds like a horror movie.
I know, just a moment, please. Sorry. Okay, I'm trying to get this going. I promise I will, chilled.
That sounded like a horror movie.
Okay, if you're trying to post
Okay.
a video, you go
No,
present and then you
no,
share that video so
I
that
know.
echo don't happen.
I know, but I've got to get into the StreamYard first. So in order to do that, I'm going to have to mute, okay?
All right.
Christine.
You all can talk while I'm doing that.
Oh man,
Christine.
all the
Yeah.
nice homes on the hills.
They send Washington State DNR down there right now.
One fire chief said there's strike teams coming out of Alabama too.
Yep. And DNR from state Washington's heading down there.
Washington, Oregon, Nevada, Northern California.
250 engines.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Arizona's hotshot
Yeah.
crews and Montana's and everywhere else aren't
Idaho.
going. The smoke jumpers might not be able to jump in because where it's at. If they'll probably show up too.
Yeah. I've been talking about doing DNR job.
Chilled in a minute, and I know you don't want on here, but maybe if you want to just jump up and it'll keep you in back, and you can drop that link. Because then you could drop the link in back if you want.
Yeah, I'm wondering how much fire is underground. Root fires and zombie fires. Because those are the more dangerous part of fires when you get ground fire.
Yeah. It's dangerous where the ground fire's heading and stuff.
You can't see ground fire. It'll follow
No.
like roots, mold tunnels. It'll follow
Get
everything
trees.
underground.
Okay, KS, I want you to drop that link again and back, okay? Just wait till I pull myself up, my other meet.
Uh,
Okay, drop it. KS, can you drop it?
Um. I'll be right back.
hello.
Hi, you back?
Yeah, somehow I ended up glitching my phone out and it dropped StreamYard. where I tried to go back to the studio from that page, and it just like completely said nope. Like, okay, that's weird.
Hi, Summer.
Hello, I just came up to say hey. I'll be right back. Is Christine around?
Yep, she's right there muted right now.
She's trying to get her
Oh, okay.
computer hooked up on here.
Ah, look at
Yeah.
her. Fancy pants. Fancy pants. All right, I'll be back. I'm charging
All
my
right.
phone, so I'm in the comments.
And that's what's bad about this. It's
I'm here.
the terrain of where these fires are.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a spot fire.
From Spotfire?
There's a little spot fire from the main fire that just started.
Yeah. That would take months to get it out.
The winds would die down, and they could actually get up in there on foot. They could probably get a good fire line cut in, let it burn up
Yeah.
to it.
Yep, that's
Take them
true.
probably 36 to 96 hours to probably get it mostly contained.
Right, that's true.
Because I've dealt with a couple 1,000-acre fires, and it took us 12 hours to get it contained.
Over here, I looked up like 2015 when a couple houses got burned.
Yeah, but luckily these were just farm
Yeah.
fields and the hills of the Konza Prairie.
I've been looking at DNR job online and stuff.
Some of the nice houses on these hills.
Yeah, I watched that video of two people inside the house trapped. I've seen a couple of actors leaving.
Yeah. Okay, what is
Hello, Miss Christine.
that? Okay, that stuff's burning
Hi, Angry.
rebar.
Hey, Bryce.
Angry. I looked up, like, State of Washington's heading down to California to help.
Christine, on your computer, I don't know which one it is. You will have to allow your mic. There should be a built-in mic with your laptop, is what I'm figuring. You'll have to let that, and you try to turn on the unmute yourself on the computer. Or tell me what it's saying because
Okay.
I can sit back here.
Hold on. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I've got a link here and back. Hold on, let me make sure the other one's muted. I'm muted.
You actually have to drop it.
You'll have to drop your phone. Take the phone completely away. Get out of your phone. That's why it's echoing.
Okay, I got my phone up here too. Let me do this. Okay.
Now, all right. That. All right. That should you see now you say something to see if there's any echo.
Can you hear me?
Why is the
Hold on.
uh
Hold on. See, because
oh, Christine, go down to settings on your computer where it says settings and do audio.
I'm wondering if she has YouTube open on her phone so she can hear.
That's probably, yeah. She might. She
Or
very
YouTube
well
on the
might.
computer.
She needs to take it completely off the phone, everything, because that's what makes it echo.
Yeah, that, and you also got to close the YouTube app on the computer. Or
Actually, I don't ever shut off the YouTube app on the
Hey,
computer.
hold on a
but I-
second, guys. So KS, I'm trying to listen to AC. And for me to bring myself up and down, I have to have my phone. Okay. So that's going to be one thing. Unless I try to reroute this, but I have myself, my other self in the backstage right now.
okay,
I was I was muted on my phone in YouTube and StreamYard. Okay. So I'm able to share, I can present and I can share screen. Okay. I've got that. So what I need to do now though, I'm going to click this share. Let's see.
and whatever you did, there's no echo anymore.
Well, that's because I turned my phone off, so I can't let myself up or down. I'll have to go back in a minute.
Actually, you should be able to, because
No,
if you're using the same account,
trust me. Okay, so I got my camera on, can turn on. Let me turn my camera on. I'm going to mirror my camera, right?
you don't have to mirror it. You can have, because I never mirror
Okay.
mine.
Okay, so I'm not going to
Because
mirror my
that's,
camera.
yeah.
Okay, echo cancellation. I'm not worrying about that. And I'm not worrying about that. Okay, so here I am. There's a link in back. But it's not. I'm going to stop my screen. Hold on a second. Okay, so here I am. I'm in back. I am going to, I'm not going to do update. So I'm going to click that link first, right? Or am I going to present first?
click the link first.
Yes.
Okay. Remember, guys, you both can't talk to me at the same time. So figure out who's going to talk to me, okay?
If KS doesn't mind, I'll do it because I don't know how. But click the link.
I did.
Now you should go down to the present button. Come back to StreamYards.
Okay.
Hit present, and it
Okay.
should say share screen.
Yep. Doing that right now.
And down at the bottom, you should see also share tab audio.
So
Turn
share
that
audio.
on.
Okay, it's
Turn the
on.
audio.
Okay.
Now click the one you want to actually share, the screen you want to share.
Okay.
Bring it up.
And I bring it up by clicking share, right?
Yes.
Okay. I did that.
Now you'll have, if you're since it's on. Oh, now you need the phone to bring it up on screen.
Okay, hold
That's
on a
how-
second. Hold on. And I'm sure there's another way. I just didn't get to it.
There, and I will explain that to you here in a moment.
Just hold on. So you may hear an echo, so I'm going to be quiet for a moment, okay? Okay. Did I just kill everybody?
No. No, you didn't kill everybody. We're still here, but
Okay, can you?
go to a different screen because you're gonna have the echo on. Do one of the other screens.
Go to one of the other screens. Okay, so here I am, right?
Yep.
Okay, so here I am. What am I doing now? I'm going to put present.
If you want to share one of the screens that's on there, you'll go over. You go over to the one to the right. I don't know what it is, but get out of the because you.
Oh shit! The hell did I just do? Oh my god!
Let me show you how this is actually done. Christine, are you
Yeah.
trying to share the link that KS was put?
Yes.
That you
Yes.
clicked that link, and you have to remember what the actual stream is, because the window name, because what it would actually say when you're looking up at the top with the Google, you'll have what it will actually say is live updates, California Fires Torch. That's what I see on my end. That's the one you want to bring up. You do not want to bring in StreamYard, because when you share StreamYard, you're going to have that echo.
Okay, hold on a second. God dang it.
I'm trying, people. I'm trying to help her.
Okay, so I clicked the link in the back, okay?
All right.
I'm going to click the link in the back.
Now go to share screen
I'm going to. One moment, please.
or present.
I'm
Oh,
going
present.
to. One moment. So I go back to StreamYard.
Yes. In that little box, you should have whatever tabs you have open on Google.
Okay, so
One of them will say.
I do. I only have one tab right now.
Bring it up.
Okay, so I got to present.
It says live. It should say live update. You actually have
Yes,
two.
I know what it says. So what I'm going to do is click share screen, correct?
Correct.
And then I'm going to hit that tab, correct?
Correct.
But when I do that, let me do my share audio first. But when I do that, it comes up, I get another box that says share your screen, entire screen. I click that. I'm going to click
You do not want to do the entire screen.
I do not.
Because the one you want to do.
So do I want application window?
No, there should, listen, Christine, there should be 3 tabs. It should say Chrome tab, window, entire screen. You want the Chrome tab.
Chrome.
You do not want the entire window.
I just want to know what I do want now. Okay, so I'm on the Chrome tab. I'm going to click that. I'm going to share.
You want to share the audio, share the audio.
I did that too.
Now bring it up. There's a lot of stuff. When you don't do this every day, it does get a little hectic.
Okay, so it's still not doing. Oh, see, I still see it, but it's not.
You will need to bring it up with your phone because you don't have access right now because you're not in the right email address. I already know that. And you don't even have to bring your phone up. You can keep it in the background. You don't have to bring yourself up. You can stay in the background and just share. There you go. because I'll teach you a little trick that I do now. Unmute the tab. Go over to the tab. And where you see the YouTube video or whatever the Fox 11 YouTube video, you should be able to unmute that and share what we can actually listen to it.
Are you hearing it?
No.
Okay, hold on. Let me get to it. I gotta. Let me hide the chat.
Go up into into the picture.
I am. I'm trying. It's not. Oh my gosh, stop. Okay. Should be in here. See, I don't even see it in here. You see where I'm seeing?
Go over to where it says live updates. Click on that tab. You can do it from inside the studio.
Oh.
You need to go over to that tab. That's why I like my little setup that I have here.
I don't have that tab. Hold on. I'm going to exit full screen a second. And let me go here. Undo that.
Down the roof, but again, we heard it collapse. It made a very loud sound. You could hear
now make it
crumbling
big, make it full screen,
and just maybe ceramics falling to the ground. And also, one thing we've noticed here at Lake Avenue and Beverly Way is that there's no longer any traffic because for a few hours, even as the Bank of America was burning and fire trucks were coming in, there were a lot of look-heelers. There were people that were coming in streaming. They were live streaming what they were seeing, and they were standing in the middle of the intersection. Sometimes they were driving and stopping their cars in the middle of the intersection, and we saw multiple times where the firefighters actually had to use their horn to get them out of the way. And right now, sadly, I'm also seeing some glows in the distance, which suggests that other buildings are on fire, and that is a neighborhood, so it is safe to assume that those are likely homes. So much devastation here in Altadena. And Alex and Marla, if you're listening, one question I had, and I don't know if you're going to have another opportunity to speak to officials, but I've been covering wildfires in Southern California for a very long time. And I remember back during the firestorms in 2003, there was a lot of talk about fighting aircraft sitting idly by at Camp Pendleton while homes burned. And then there was talk about clearing all of the bureaucratic red tape
here, guys,
so that would not happen again. But then in 2007, it did happen again. And then it was either the Woolsey or Thomas fire.
But
they had the same issue where they were not able to go
might
up because of some red tape. And there was talk then that would be addressed. So I'm wondering if it has been addressed. We know that they would not have been able to fly yesterday with the windy conditions, but were they up today? I'm sure there's a lot of people wondering the same. Send it back to you.
Well, we did see a lot of aircraft up today. I'm not sure if it's exactly the same from Camp Pendleton, but you know, it was a sight to see the relief that those aircraft, those fixed winged aircraft provided today. Alex, I don't know if you want to add on to that.
Yeah, and it's been great to see that, and it's made a difference in the firefight, and we're seeing a lot of that right now in the Hollywood Hills. We want to go down to Chelsea Edwards.
Okay, we'll go back to here. Okay, I muted that for a minute. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But one thing that pisses me off with this fire
What?
is how fast the Biden administration went and got FEMA funding from Congress for these people, but yet the people in North Carolina are still getting screwed over by FEMA.
Okay, but we can't do that. We can't say they didn't get this, so we're not happy here. We can't do that. And oh, damn it. Okay, what I got to do is figure out how, instead of using my phone at all, I can get in here this way too. And I'm sorry,
You had
Chaos.
Christine, and I will explain that since that's muted for the time being. Do you know what the email address that you Summer gave you access to the channel on?
That's how I got StreamYard, because I have StreamYard on here. But see, here's the issue. I have my own StreamYard and I have Summer StreamYard, and I just got to separate the two.
You don't have to you'll have to go back and forth because I have other people's StreamYards. Right. And with the ones that I help with, that I have access to, they will always be tied into the email that I'm
right. And this is the thing. This is all new to me. That's why. This is my first time doing it this way. So I'm getting there. Just give me a moment. Yeah. I promise.
Hey, Christine, if you notice, I understand this is not an easy job. It's not.
Along Curzon Avenue have the luxury of being below the fire instead of above the fire. So Curzon Avenue on the right there is down the hill from that flare up right there. So we're going to continue to watch this section right here as more flare-ups develop, more spot fires develop, and we'll keep a closer eye now. Look at it, another flare-up right there and a spot fire in somebody's almost feet away from somebody's backyard. Go ahead and find that little
thing. If you want to bring mine up, I actually got it down below.
Go ahead and throw me the parcel. Show me the parcel, Lucas. We want to get some addresses out there. It's going to be right behind Curzon Avenue here along the 2000 block of Curzon. You can see the home, 1984 Curzon Avenue.
Upstream as well. You can see where the fire is burning in this canyon here. This is Curzon. This is the street that Chris is talking about. And you can see all the sizable homes that are along Curzon Avenue as the fire continues to creep towards these homes right here. These are
I have an update from Thought.
In imminent danger right now, but as that fire rolls in
imminent danger, but as that fire rolls in different directions, of course,
we're gonna have to pause it, not mute it.
As well, as you can see, highly populated. The further
that is Christine.
I muted.
No, I love that you flirted. I think it's a beautiful thing. I got an update from Thought. He's moving to a different area. He said that everywhere they go, they have no water. He said they're basically trying to fight this damn fire with shovels and chainsaws, shit like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Summer. I looked it up online. Washington State's heading down there, California.
Oh, are they? That's cool.
Yeah, the DNR is heading down there.
Okay, give me 1 second. Hold on, Bryce. Give me a second. I'm talking about somebody that's actually there fighting the fire, so I want to get that off. So anyway, he's going to be moving to a different area. He said he'd keep us updated. But yeah, he can't believe that everywhere they just don't have any water at all. So it's just,
one thing I'm surprised they're not doing is grabbing every water truck they can and filling them up. Every tanker that can hold water.
I mean, I'm sure they are doing. I'm sure they are doing that. I think they're. As someone that fought fires, I'm sure they're going to do every single thing humanly possible.
And I mean, we've gotten into some wildfires where the farmers would go fill up their semi tanks full of water and bring it to us. These fires were in the middle of nowhere with no water supply.
Yeah. It's sad. It's crazy, but we just got to keep everybody in our prayers because that's all we can do from here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I just checked my phone and he texted me about 2 minutes ago while I was cleaning. So I wanted to update everybody and let you guys know he's still okay. He's still fighting and they're going to a different area now.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, my honest opinion, anybody that's in front of this fire on any side, even though it's probably 2 or 3 miles away or more, I would say go ahead and evacuate.
I would too at this point.
Don't wait for the first responders to tell you, get your stuff and get out. get away from it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. 100%. If I was there, if I was in probably even a 10-mile radius, I'd have been done, had my family out of there.
I don't know how they're breathing in there. 10 miles or
Right,
not.
because
10
that's what I'm
miles.
saying. Even 10 miles, that's still a lot, right? Because of the air. We got to do
Oh, I remember the 2003 Hayman fire out there in Colorado. We were in Fountain. That fire was 50, 60 miles away, and we couldn't breathe in Fountain because of all the smoke.
Right. Well, that's why I was said, like, for me, and I'm to smell the smoke, I'd be out.
Yeah.
Well, another couple weeks, as soon as the wind shifts, we're all going to smell that smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, we're not in use up for fire.
No,
though,
but what
so
I'm
the
saying, those poor
smells-
people.
Right.
I
Yeah.
just-
It's and the frontliners too. I mean, everybody. I just feel bad for everybody up there because I know it's been nonstop.
Well,
and that's people trying to get out.
I hope so.
What were you gonna say about Smash?
Smash is saying that he's got to breathe in this shit, and their sky's got an orange hue to him.
Yeah. How far is he?
That's what I'm going to ask him. Hey, Smash, how far are you, hon? They aren't scuba.
Why can't the snowstorm decide to do a U-turn and go to California?
It doesn't work that way.
Hey, I would love it because we're getting another 4 to 6 inches fucking Friday. I just listened
Yeah.
to it on the thing.
Oh, I wish the weather could do it, honestly. Send that snow to them and let it start snowing. At least it would probably slow it down and help.
Yeah, it would definitely slow it down and probably stop it in some areas. So, I would assume.
I hate to break the
eventually
news
after a little
to
bit.
you. I'm pretty excited that I'm doing this. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm continuing to watch, but I just wanted to come up and give you guys an update because he did text me. So I told you guys when he texts me, I'll let you guys know because I know we're all worried about everybody
Yeah.
over there.
So, Smash.
Hey, next time you talk to him, tell him for me to stay safe.
Well,
Smash
I made
is-
sure I told him the whole crew, the whole Hot Mess crew, we all are sending them good energy and
Yeah.
just keeping them in our prayers and thoughts.
Smash is 3 hours from there, but he's got family down there.
Okay. Lordy. I know, and I asked Curtis. Curtis is about 2.5. All of our people are about 2.5, 3 hours away. But
Summer.
okay, yeah. Sorry, Bryce. My bad, sweetie. Go ahead.
That's fine. They sending like 35 firefighters from Illinois, Washington State to California.
Oh yeah, I'm sure of it.
Different states.
Yeah. Of course they're gonna send. They're sending people all the way from here to even Florida. People are going out. So I mean.
Yeah, I mean,
this is
Alabama's
what
the
they
same.
call
They're
a
sending task
all
force.
on hand day. Sorry.
I mean, Alabama's sending a couple task force out there.
That's
Everywhere
what I'm
is.
saying. I'm sure just about every state's going to be sending some kind of resources, whether
Yeah.
even EMTs, ambulance, because they're going to need those too, because you got so many people getting smoke shit.
We got linemen already heading out there.
Slide it. There we go.
PUD guys.
So, I've seen some people that are from firefighters and EMTs that are left from our area today to head that way.
Yeah. I wish I had my red card because I'd be going,
Yeah.
but it's a pain to get it.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to jump down so we can knock this building out. I'll talk to you out a little bit.
Thanks.
And I'll make sure I let him.
Right, Summer.
All right, love you. I'll be back.
Hey, Christine, you want to see something cool?
Sure. What's that from?
Look behind me. I'm actually in the middle of the fire.
I see that. How'd you do that? Well, I'm not even asking how you did that yet. Okay, so
I got a program. No, I got a program called OBS, and I can actually do stuff like this.
Yeah, I've heard of OBS. People used to use OBS, and more are going to OBS.
OBS
And a lot
is
of people are
fun.
going away from StreamYards.
I can be in the middle of fire and everything, and
You can do it on StreamYards too, AC. But if you want it live, yeah, you have to use OBS. But you can do virtual backgrounds on StreamYards.
I'm going to unmute because I want to hear this, okay?
All right.
Thanks.
actually, I'm the one that's.
So you haven't seen any buildings on fire yet?
No buildings that we have observed, but there are now 2 major flare-ups. There's one in the foreground here, right there in the center of your screen. And if you tilt up just a little bit, Lucas, you can see on the other side of the ridgeline, there's another flare-up on the backside, on the other side of that ridgeline. Those tall flames are what really create the most danger, because that is creating embers that are already flying at a higher altitude than lower shrubbery and things like that. So you have really tall flames flare up as the fire encounters some thicker brush. Hopefully these people have some degree of brush clearance, but in these winds it really doesn't matter. I can only say that, again, thankfully, if this was 24 hours ago, we would already be in trouble. Now they have a little bit more time to prepare, to get out, and the fire department has a little bit more time to try and get in front of it. But it is a wait and see game at this hour.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, we are going to be talking on the phone with Phil Mercado. Phil, we understand you are being evacuated right now. Where do you live in this area that is in the evacuation zone?
We are just off of Curson Avenue, north of Hollywood Boulevard.
How did you find out about this and how quickly did you have to react?
Well, the crazy thing is my husband and I have 3 kids, and I was out with 2 of them, and we were on our way home, and a friend over in Nichols Canyon called us.
I don't think this is one we have to talk between, but we want to be careful. I don't think a news station is going to strike us.
So I called my husband and our son, who they heard some helicopters, but they thought it was LA. They didn't think anything of it.
And evacuated from Hollywood
I told
Hills.
them that they had to evacuate.
Oh, they got air.
And were you at all, when you saw the Santa Ana wind event about to happen over the last few days of monitoring it, did you at all put together a ready, set, go plan or have any bag or anything? Or is this one of those things where, many of us live in this community and then you kind of just hope that nothing happens?
It was a little bit of both. We just knew that we needed, laptops and phones and some personal stuff that we kind of had at the ready, and we backed all of our cars in case we had to make a speedy exit. And, I thought actually through the evening we would probably have to do it just because the winds were so crazy. But luckily nothing happened last night. And unfortunately now it's happening. Yeah.
And this is a brand spanking new fire that we were hoping wouldn't happen. We have enough to deal with, obviously. I'm assuming you then got out and you're safe right now. And what was that experience like getting out? Did you run into traffic? Is the rest of your community responding?
Yeah, so, we're all on a good community WhatsApp up here in Curson Canyon, and everybody, it was just basically blowing up and
look at that.
Everybody to get out.
Crazy.
And,
no, those aren't little fires.
I was a couple of blocks from home when I got the call from our friend. So I was able to see the fire, which is crazy. We got our pets. We took our cars out and we evacuated.
Thank goodness. And you have a place to go?
We do.
Okay. And by the way, that does beg the question. We don't know if there's an evacuation center set up yet for the folks in this community. As soon as we get that information, we'll, of course, turn it over to you. But the first and foremost, they're trying to fight this fire. What if this fire is not contained soon? What are we going to lose up in the hills where you live?
Well, sadly, it's fairly concentrated. And, we are perched down here at Ogden and Sunset right now. So we actually have a pretty good view. And you can see the planes dropping the water, and it seems to mitigate it for a little while, and then all of a sudden you'll see some other areas that spark up again. So sadly, our street, which is right off of North Kherson. They were dropping water on our neighbor's house, so I'm sure our house is affected by this. And you can basically see all of Runyon Canyon just glowing right now.
No kidding. That's so eerie to see. What about the weather where in your area? Are you feeling the winds kicking up in this area? We know how sometimes night comes, the winds kick up.
Yeah, the sad thing is, even though a lot of them houses aren't burning,
it seems like the winds.
Those
really
water
didn't
drops
pick up. I mean,
still destroy the houses.
Seemed to calm down,
the smell,
and then the moment the sun was
No,
starting
not
to set,
even
it seemed
the
like
smell
winds
too,
started
but
picking up, and it's pretty windy right now.
the tankers that are dropping from the air
And how are your
will
kids
still
responding
destroy
right
a
now
roof
being,
of a structure, even though it ain't on fire.
Teens, and they are all
Water's
surviving
heavy.
because they have their devices and they're
Water's
checking in
very
with all
heavy,
of
I
their
think.
friends, that are
If I
Hey,
remember right, every
2000.
5 gallons is about 40 pounds.
You know, we keep
Thank
telling
you
them
for. I couldn't
that
remember
as
what it
long as we're
was.
all okay, it's just stuff.
So there you
So
go,
we, you know, as long as we have each other, we're okay.
And they're dumping
One last question for you.
1,000, 2,000 gallons at a time.
Have you lived in that home very
That's a
long?
lot of weight coming down from the sky.
1997.
Oh, wow.
This is the second time that we've had to evacuate. There was a small fire up above us years ago, but easily contained, nothing like this whatsoever.
Wow. Well, I'm sure there's a lifelong memories in that home. Hopefully you'll stay safe. Phil Ricardo, thank you so much for talking to us. You've been a wealth of information.
Perfect. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Be
You
safe.
too. Danny Romero, meteorologist Danny Romero, is tracking the situation going on right now. And most importantly, Danny, those winds and how powerful they are, we need them to die down.
Yeah, well, you know, the good news is they eventually will. Right now, though, Dave, we got this great profile set up here. Our weather producer, Phil Wilburn, really
Okay,
keeps an
guys,
eye on these things for us. So
Now
the
7
Hollywood fire here, the
shouldn't
one we're talking about right now.
do anything about
At the
it,
moment,
but
we're seeing the wind still in that double-digit range, although in the lower end of that
Let
11 to 10
me-
miles per hour
let
through the
me
next
do
few hours
something.
tonight. We head towards midnight. Now we're knocking it down.
I
Okay,
won't
Digits.
I'm on the
completely
other one
turn
now.
it off.
These are
I'll turn
those
it
winds
down.
that kind of come through, but those gusts that come up, those are the
And
ones you really worry
Christine,
about.
if
As
you
Chris
want me
Christie's been
to
showing
help
us, that
you
fire can move very quickly because those
understand
winds,
this
the
a little
gusts pick
better,
up,
let me
grab
know.
those embers and move them
Okay.
to other spots and start yet another fire. They spot fires that go. So we're seeing that
Because
going
I
on that
know
way. So,
why you
for
got
example,
the
we're showing you the
computer,
wind
and I
showing up
will
right
do
here
my best to
around that
help
area. We're
you
seeing the
through all of
northeast
it.
winds, 15 miles per hour. Again, that double-digit
Yeah,
range I told you. And then
another
the gusts that show up.
another thing you could do to learn
You
it
can see right there. There's that Hollywood
is
Highland area,
like
the much
just
populated
jump into
Hollywood area.
StreamYards one day and don't go live. Just sit in there and just play back and forth how to do it.
yeah, I know. And here's the thing, though. I mean, I'm used to share screening with my job. The only difference is that it's a StreamYard versus YouTube versus this. And I just, at 4:30, I got this computer up and running. So I'm not even familiar with the computer yet.
The Palisades fire, same kind of idea. Again, those winds come on the northeast, blowing towards the south.
So
There too,
there's the
fire
differences.
also 20-mile-per-hour winds, with
But
those heavier
yeah,
gusts as well. So we're
if
seeing
you
those
need
fires
help,
still
you
very
I don't
active and
know
still
if
very
we're friends
concerning.
on
Hence, that red
Discord,
flag won't in effect now until
but
Friday
you
in most
can
spots. So David,
you can
Colleen, we're
contact
seeing
me
more
on
of this, and we're
Discord,
tracking
or
it
you
continuously
can
throughout the nighttime, of
email
course.
me. I will be
Thank
more
you very
than
much,
willing
Danny. Let's talk
to
about our
help
team
you
of eyewitness news
because
reporters. They are fanning out, following these
it
fires.
will
Let's get Tim
help
Caputo.
somebody that I
Tim,
care
you
about
are in Hollywood. Where exactly are you located? And obviously, we see a lot of
when
cars
I'm not
behind you.
around.
By the way, there is an 8-second delay for Tim, so bear with us while we throw to him, and he'll kick it in just a few seconds. Go ahead, Tim.
Yes.
Let's see.
Yeah, cell phone
Hey,
service has been
Christine,
spotty,
what if
especially
I
in the hardest
told
hit
you
areas.
it's
We're
getting
on
cold
Franklin
enough
Avenue. If
here
you know this area,
that
you
I
know the
had
street
hot
gets
chocolate
particularly
earlier?
busy, but
Oh,
nothing
I've
quite
already
like
had
it is
hot
because of the
chocolate. So I
evacuation.
had
This road is
an anaphylactic
absolutely packed
reaction
with
to hot
cars
chocolate
practically in every direction.
2
As we were
weeks
coming
ago.
in
That's
from the
not
Glendale
good.
area, you could barely get up the street here, and now you have all these cars heading out, and you could see why over my shoulder there. We're obviously on the ground level and looking up into Runyon Canyon.
Oh, look at
You
that.
could
That's
see the
crazy.
smoke, obviously,
Yeah.
of
That is
fire
crazy.
glow in the night sky right now, and
And
obviously from this
the scary
vantage
part
point,
of it is
are
all the
seeing
spot fires
figuring
and
out
all the
where to
embers
go
getting
from here. We
blown.
actually spoke with a young man just maybe 2 minutes ago coming
I'm
up the
not
stairs to
muted.
this apartment
Okay,
building here
thanks.
on Franklin
Chill.
with 2 suitcases and a couple backpacks folks, and he said, I got the evacuation and I just had to get out of here. He didn't even really have a plan from this point. He just
Kelly, you're more than welcome to reach
Obviously,
out.
folks who've been watching for the last 2 days or so, seeing the Palisades.
I don't
seeing,
cost
Altadena,
anything. I do it
Pasadena,
for
not
free
really
because
thinking, oh, we're
I
in
want
harm's
people to
way.
be able to
Everything
do this.
changed in an instant in the last 20, 30 minutes.
It's not the
hour or so.
hardest job
As you
in the
see
world.
behind me,
I
that
know
seems
that
to be
from
coming down the
personal
canyon. Now, the
experience.
wind is obviously blowing it away from where we are right now. We're at Outpost, kind of near Sycamore. Outpost goes all the way up to Mulholland, and you can get to kind of where that fire is, but it seems to be moving in a more kind of west direction. So this particular area might not be specifically at risk, but I'll tell you, for the folks who are grabbing their luggage, for the folks who are getting in their cars, they don't care if it's a little bit that way, because if this is even remotely at risk, they are getting out of this area. And you see behind me all this traffic coming up and down
That's
the street.
good.
A lot of these folks, and there are hotels over here as well. We've seen a handful of people grabbing all their luggage. One guy told me he was checking out early because he just needed to get out of here, and rightfully so. We'll look to the left here in front of the hotel. You have a number of people who are kind of grabbing their luggage, grabbing their things, and leaving here. As we look down Franklin towards Highland, it is completely packed with cars trying to get out of here. That's why you're even seeing cars essentially take every single route they can out of here, because if you're trying to get to Highland to get out of Dodge that way, it is packed, it is slow moving. So we have all these people essentially trying to get out of here because of the fire. And even if you're not looking right at the fire, you could actually see the glow coming off the smoke as you look up into Runyon Canyon. And if you know the area as well, it's not just homes here. Well, there are a lot of homes as you get up into the hills. These are a lot of apartments, meaning it's an awful lot of people. So once they get in their cars and they start moving out of here, you have this big influx of people getting into their vehicles and trying to leave. And that's why you have all these traffic jams here in Hollywood of people trying to get essentially any direction away from Runyon Canyon. It is slow moving, but certainly people grabbing their things and going. They're heeding those warnings. They're doing it early, but it's obviously going to take a long time for those folks.
All right, Tim, thank you. Monitor the situation. A lot is going on, and we want to check back with you because that is tremendous, that traffic to get out of there. I'm worried about the gridlock and folks eventually panicking. We don't know. We don't want to happen today what happened yesterday when folks just decided to leave their cars. That would be a disaster, especially in Hollywood. Monitor the situation. We'll get back to you. One quick note, we might have said this before, but LAUSD is canceling all classes tomorrow,
Well, we knew
January
that
9th,
canceling class.
because of the fire
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and
Southern
stop
California
this for a
throughout
while and we
snow.
can talk.
So if you have a child in LAUSD,
Okay.
you
I don't
cannot
want
go to
people to
school
get
tomorrow,
bored.
and they are waiting. They will determine tomorrow on whether or not you're going to go to class on Friday. In the meantime, we do have a phone interview for you.
Yeah, with Hervé Levy, the general manager of Magic Castle. And thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Levy. Let's talk about it. You're really right in the area where the evacuation zone is happening, and you are right on Franklin. What are you seeing from your vantage point?
So it's a very scary situation here. We have been prepared to evacuate, for the last hour or two. And we also have a couple of people.
I really do say get out while you can.
The fire is definitely a fire.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Fire, and we are very worried that it's going all direction. We can't tell that.
Can you guys hear me?
Maybe like a
Yeah.
Why is it still showing? What the heck did I do now?
Drop it off the screen.
Tonight, this is a really beloved landmark of Los Angeles.
Why did it go away?
To go and see all the magicians there.
Jesus.
Do you have a show and a dinner scheduled for this evening?
Well, luckily, because of the fires on the
Water.
side,
Sometimes salt water will happen.
we decided to close the castle earlier today. Make sure everyone, the staff specifically, be safe. And we closed down and we left the castle sometime this afternoon, and we found out later on that we had a new fire popping by. So it was definitely unfortunate, but it was definitely fortunate that the castle was already closed.
I'm amazed that you guys already closed.
Hey, Michelle, I'm trying to get this out now.
There right now, trying to put some.
I don't know where I went.
What's the status of that situation?
Exit out of your street. Out of just hit X on the computer.
Facility that is on site right now. I know it's trying to give a few directions to the security guards and make sure that we get enough moisture on the roof, but also on the greenery around the castle. obviously, you know, with the evacuation.
AC, is that you now?
And
Mm.
I'm going to be asking the staff to move.
There we go.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Oh my
Yeah.
God, that's a whole lot worse than I thought it was.
Make sure you can hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear.
I love it.
We
Which
was
one of
able
me
to
is
hear
not
you
up there?
before this.
And
Let's see, the Palisade
am I
went
here?
from
Does
3,000 acres
anybody
now
hear
to
me?
15,000 overnight. Yeah, these fires are just going.
It is gonna get bad.
Oh, this is crazy. What the heck did I do?
It sounded like the winds are supposed to die down later this evening, which will slow it down a little bit so they can get ahead of it and start getting fire lines. Last night, there was nothing they could do with 100-mile-an-hour winds.
It's just, and I said this last
Okay,
night.
can we hear me now?
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear you.
we've been able to hear you. Can you not hear
Damn
us?
it.
Can you not hear us?
I don't think she could hear us.
I don't think he. Yeah, we can hear her.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know if they could have got 10 or 15 miles ahead and cut a fire line if they would have had time to cut one big enough.
Couldn't hear you because I had my volume all the way down.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, we was able to hear you the
Okay, now
entire
I
time.
can. It's much
Oh my God,
better.
that was too funny. I'm like, why can't they hear me? I'm talking. I was like, I can't hear myself either. Oh my God. Then I checked my volume. It's like, just don't even ask. Okay.
But
That's too funny. Now, as soon as, and AC, as soon as I get the StreamYard hooked up properly on the computer, it should be easy to toggle back and forth.
you will not, and I will say this because of because of how I do this. You will never need your cell phone to do StreamYard once you have everything hooked up correctly.
Right.
You will never. You can do what I do. I'll actually show you a little trick. My cell phone, that is always sitting right beside me. I never use it.
Yeah.
While I'm streaming. But I also have my tablet that I use from time to time.
Yeah. Well, see, I downloaded StreamYard and I used my email, but for some reason it didn't connect me with Summer. So I'll figure it out tomorrow. I've been playing with this since 4:30 nonstop, so I kind of got that little bit of a headache going on. I know, priceless, right? I'm talking. It's like, gosh, why can't anybody hear me? Well, y'all can hear me. Good thing I didn't start yelling and screaming or swearing, right? and chilled. What the hell are they going to do with the animals at the zoo? I
Now
don't know.
that's a heck of a question. That is a good question.
Yeah.
They probably have already evacuated
I would
them
think.
to other zoos.
Yeah, they weren't waiting for an evacuation order like some people are. Hey, Chill, I looked up that Ryan Mott, and I'm going to have to look a little bit further because I can see he's on Rumble and a couple other places, but if it's the same one I'm looking at, he doesn't have any lives available that are on YouTube. So I'm going to have to do a little bit more research, but I will start looking into it. I want to see what he's saying. Ryan Mata Media.
I've never heard of him.
Yeah, well, Chills wanted me to, and I was trying to pull him up, and I just kept seeing Bitcoin, and I'm like, but then if I look at a few of his older stuff, it wasn't Bitcoin. It was like human trafficking, child trafficking, and stuff like that. So there's
What?
probably something there she wants. Oh, on X. Okay, I'll find him then, because I just downloaded X again. I got rid of X. On his Twitter. I got rid of it. I still have my account and everything. That's why last night AC was pulling up that Fire Girl, because I couldn't even get the link because I didn't have it anymore.
Holy.
Yeah, no, I
Christine,
think the LA Zoo's already evacuated
bring up
the animals.
the video. I want to show something.
Bring up yours?
Yes.
Out into La Brea and on Franklin over to Highland, because the issue
That
is
is
right now,
what
as people are
traffic is
evacuating,
out in
there's not enough
Hollywood.
room for all these cars to go. You see it behind me going up the street here. That's why we got a couple police officers really just trying to
That's why it's here. That's what I'm saying.
down the
Why
street.
are they
We're
waiting last minute?
safely in the street right now because
Oh
no
my
one is
Lord.
moving. And we turn around here, Will.
But
This
yeah,
is Franklin right now.
I thought that was
Right down
interesting.
Yeah,
La Brea.
some of these people are leaving before the evacuation orders, and it's just
Fire as far away as
No,
possible.
they said
Keep in
Hollywood
mind,
Hills
about
was
10 minutes
being
ago, we
mandatory
spoke to you.
evacuated.
We were physically
yeah,
on
but there
Franklin,
was one that
5 blocks, that
area
direction
where
towards
they were
Shannon,
leaving before
and
the
that was
evacuation
jam-packed
orders
in that
ever
direction
came.
as well. Folks here trying to get out really any way they can
Hey,
because of the
KS,
evacuation.
where
We see
did you
over and
send
over
that
again. Check out behind me,
video
guys, with
we were talking about last night?
backpacks, with duffel bags, with suitcases.
I
They're
couldn't
trying to
find
get
it
out of
anywhere.
town. Some people, whether they're leaving hotels or
Oh,
leaving
the Ohio
apartment
wood?
are trying to leave.
Yeah.
We spoke with you a second ago. I asked you
I gotta go through my history on my phone. Give me a sec. I can put it in back chat.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's time to get out.
Do you have Discord?
Places whether it's Pacific
Yeah.
Osage or Altadena, were you thinking
I'm gonna
let me
put
pack a
something in
bag now,
private
or did that
chat,
just come in the last couple hours?
and you can send it
Even
to
though,
me
you
on
know, I've been
Discord,
waiting for Runyon.
and
I've
I
lived here
will share
16 years
that
this place for fire, and I guess
when I do my daily show. I do a daily show every day, and you can
like
have it.
passports and
You
book and
can
mementos. I've got some on the you passed about a decade ago, and
you
other
can send it to
toiletries,
me.
I guess, in case you got to see somewhere.
When it comes to traffic getting out of here, have you kind of navigated how you're going to get out of here, seeing how busy it is at the moment?
I'm getting out here on foot. My car's right there, so I'm not. There's no way I'm getting out of this.
Because let me
You're
figure
going to walk
this
out of
out.
here and figure it out, even though the wind is kind of pushing it a little bit farther.
See, this is what I'm talking about. These people, I don't know. And I can't say too much. I've never evacuated in a hurricane in number of times.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
I should. Welcome back home.
The folks we spoke to out here said, yeah, the wind isn't pushing the smoke in this direction.
Yeah, I got little miss tonight. Wednesdays are always so rough on Wednesday night when my son gets his daughter from her mom. It's just a rough one.
There is a pretty steady breeze. It's not windy, but it's certainly breezy, adding fuel to those flames. And that's why I think a lot of these folks, especially after the images we've seen over the last 24, 36 hours.
Oh, this stuff is just, I couldn't imagine.
Hang around a little
I'm
bit
just
extra,
saying.
maybe make it if the fire goes in the other direction. So that's why we're seeing this. But as you guys mentioned, we're looking down La Brea. Right across here, the cross street is Franklin, but we did have LAPD show up.
Look at those cars.
Help with the traffic a little bit because you have a whole lot of people in
The
these
anxiety that they all must be going through.
trying to get as far away from this fire as possible. In addition to
And, last night, talking about there aren't even any hotel rooms. Where are these people going?
Trying to get as far away from this fire as possible. Obviously, this is a developing situation with these cars moving. We're going to keep an eye as we see another police officer come up behind me.
I don't know.
And that's what I'm saying. They're gonna.
Hopefully, they open like the Staples Center.
Well, they have last night. Last night they said they did, but here's the thing. And I don't know how many times you've had to evacuate or anything like that, but just like in the winter, people don't want to go to shelters. They don't want that. I get it. They want the comforts because that's what we've become accustomed to.
no directions are moving, and that's why you have this gridlock here behind me.
No, it's not even Newsom. It's federal. It's Newsom. It's
definition of gridlock.
the city. It's the counties. They've all made budget cuts.
People right now monitor it. We're going to
Yeah,
get back to
but
you, Tim, because at any given
50 years ago, the Forestry Service in California quit doing mitigation.
But boy,
Well, and
the stress of
because you know why? Talk to these PETA people. There you go.
Yeah.
Chinese theater, we
So let's blame the PETA people.
They said we have closed the theater tonight.
Part of it was PETA, the other part of it's the EPA. And
Well, I know.
tomorrow, and we will issue
But what I'm saying,
refunds.
blaming's not going to do anything right now.
Probably not going to go to the Chinese
Comparing
theater, but just in
isn't
case,
going to do anything right now.
Clay, who is standing by in Hollywood as well. Sophie?
Well, Shelley and I, you're right. But here's the thing. I'm in a hurricane area. Our insurance for hurricane is next to impossible to get. Why is that being allowed?
To kind of get a better look. People were saying they had their back.
Well, I know he's the governor, but
Their pets on
well,
leashes in their hand, and they were getting ready to go.
I heard the board, the county board chair speaking tonight too, and it's like, oh, stab her in the eye.
You can see the orange glow.
There was
really
this morning. There was somebody on
to see this
the local Fox station talking about the mayor of L.A.
city of LA just getting closer.
And what about her?
You know, I'm.
Oh, they were pissed.
Well, sure, everybody's pissed now, but they weren't pissed last week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We always want to blame somebody, and I get it. I'm just as guilty. But right now, blame's not going to do anybody any good. It's just not.
Coming from Glendale, from our
Whether we want to believe it or not.
this area of Hollywood, the 101 freeway was jam-packed. People are following these evacuation.
I mean, most of it was the reason they were pissed is because of all the budget cuts to the fire department.
Sophie, I can hear.
Well, the police department's been have had budget cuts. That's why people can go in and smash windows and steal things and.
Oh, it wasn't budget cuts with the cops. It's the soft on crime DA they have who won't prosecute certain crimes.
There was still budget cuts on LAPD. Every fire department and every police department across the country has had budget cuts. Every one.
It's very strong.
That's one of the things that really.
And we can't do the blame game. We do the blame game, nothing's going to get done.
Those winds are howling right now, and that's part of the problem. Sophie, you're doing a great job out there. Thanks for that. We're going to check back with you. We do have a
Yeah, right. That's what I'm trying to say. When last week it was different, nobody was doing, but here we are in a catastrophic loss of human homes, lives, a state.
Keeping an eye on the news all day, so the moment that
Oh yeah, and they'll find their scapegoats.
And one thing I don't understand about the state of California, with how many devastating wildfires they've had in the last couple decades, why hasn't politicians and the people said enough's enough of this? Let's mitigate this problem so we don't have these devastating wildfires.
We're going through the same thing, and I have a meeting tomorrow and it's going to be discussed because in the area I live in, we have mitigated cutting the underbrushes too. And I looked outside my back door today, and so much of the pine is down, and because nobody's done anything, because we're not allowed to touch it. State won't touch it. County water management won't touch it, and it's funding part of it, putting it back to its natural habitat's another part of it. Most people vote on how they feel. You're right. You're 100%. They vote how they feel. They live right. They don't have the experience of, whatever, I'm going to vote that way. Yep. And as we've all said, and I'm not doing that with this, but we're all going to learn.
Yeah, well, good thing.
Consequences to our voting.
Who don't live in this area. Can you explain
Good, bad, or indifferent.
people to get down and get to an area to evacuate because the canyon, there's some narrow roads there.
Yeah, I mean, the roads are very small. Like you said, it's from when cars were small and then they got big and then small and then big again. And it's basically a neighborhood with almost exclusively
That
buildings. Of
KS, that should give you my
roads and very densely populated.
Discord
And it's also, you
when
know,
you
like
find it.
major tourist spot, major spot in Los Angeles in general. So it's already hard enough to move around as is.
Did you have a sense that this would be happening to you during this wind event for the last couple of days?
I mean, I'm generally pretty
If anyone wants to come up, you're more than welcome to. We're just hanging out watching this stuff. And this is News 7 again. We're having pancakes in the morning, and I'm making my pancake batter now. So it's already in the morning. Hey, Lisa. Ooh, what kind of soup?
That's what I was about to ask. It's cold here. It's cold here. I want soup. I'm actually making. I'm gonna make some vegetable soup Saturday.
Best of luck to you, Jacob, and thank you so much for calling us. It is incredible what we have been.
Chicken noodle. Oh, I love chicken noodle soup. She's making chicken noodle soup.
Yeah, for some reason, AC, that link didn't go to your page, so I sent you an invite to mine.
All right. All right.
Hey, Miss
Thank you,
Lisa.
KS.
Hello, every. Oh, Chloe. Hello, everyone.
Did you fall or what? I'm like,
No,
what?
Chloe just knocked the phone right out of my hand.
Oh, I had a Chloe. She died.
Say hi. Say
That was my baby.
He's like, no, don't get on the phone. You're petting me. So yeah, I see you guys are like watching the wildfires.
Mm-hmm.
So,
It was right on the ocean that burned to the ground.
The what?
What I'm reading, chilled. Homes right on the ocean. It burned to the ground. Why not have an asphalt road so vehicles could get down it and get the water from the ocean? You know, children, that's what KS and I were talking about earlier. I think it has to do with the marine life in the in the water, and
Yeah, but
and that's just
when you draft water, you have a filter on it to prevent sucking them up.
right. That's what I figured they could put some kind of screen or something. So there's got to be a reason. I'm just not quite sure of the reason. And I understand what you said
It's
earlier.
the salt in the water that'll destroy the pump in the truck, and now you have a tank full of water you can't get out of the truck.
But how long is that salt water going to take before it damages that truck?
Not
About
very.
10 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
About 10 minutes before it'll start destroying the propellers in the pump.
Because a lot of the insides of a fire
Like you have a salt water, a specialized pump to pump salt water, like a lot of the fireboats do in New York. They have saltwater pumps. They can pump it. Most fire trucks don't.
I think somebody needs to.
Would
check
you like?
I already handled it. I already handled it. Thank you.
Okay.
Would you
I
guys
handled
like
it.
to see an overhead shot of this?
Sure.
What's causing the fire, though? Does anybody know?
No,
Well, what
Well,
cause.
what's making it worse is the Santa Ana winds, but the original cause earlier today, they said they did not have one, and when they would come up with one, they would let us know.
Yeah. I have, in my honest opinion, this is my opinion, I believe it's arson.
Well, there's a photo. There was a photo of some homeless encampment
I was
that
thinking that.
was started a fire. That might be the reason it started.
I was thinking
What is it?
a
It might
homeless.
have been a homeless encampment.
Well, okay. It could have been somebody flipping their cigarette butt out.
Yeah.
It could have been, and so I'm not just going to, let's not.
No,
I
I mean, could if it was somebody? Doesn't this? Well, I don't know. Doesn't this happen during dry seasons though?
Well, and their dry season is normally from like August to November.
I mean, wildfires can happen regardless, any time of the year.
Yeah.
It might
But
be.
they happen more when the humidity's low and there's not a lot of moisture.
And they have not had a lot of rain.
Could have been someone just having. I mean, do they have fires in their backyards and stuff?
Yeah.
Well, sure.
Right.
Right.
I have a fire pit in my backyard. I mean, it could.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's possible somebody had a fire pit going and an ember flew and they didn't know.
Yeah.
Christine, I'm going to have to agree with you. Earlier, I was offline. I couldn't get to you in time.
Right.
But it's where these national parks are doing this let it go back to wildlife.
Mm-hmm.
And when something catches on fire, it catches everything on fire.
Sure.
Like right now at Mammoth Cave National Park, where we've had 2 storms to go through. We have got so many trees down. If something happened on this park right now, the whole park would be gone.
No, you're right. Ellen, I understand that. My only concern earlier was lifespan. I really don't give 2 craps on lifespan. If we're talking, 10 minutes of use and it ruins it. Okay, I get it. That's not going to save a life. But if you're talking, well, over a time of a year or 2 years, it's going to, damage a fire truck. Well, at that point, I really don't care because my life is more valuable than a fire truck. But I get it if that salt water is going to destroy that fire truck the first time we're using that. Because then that decommissions in the time frame you need it for prevention of loss of life or limb.
Is this in LA?
Yeah.
LA, the city of LA and the county.
Palisades, Pasadena, Hollywood Hills.
I have a friend that's out
Because
there. I should
the
probably
Ian
check on it.
fire is almost 11,000 acres. The Palisades almost 16,000. Because over on, and I'll share this one.
What's 16? Well, and I understand saltwater leaves behind corrosive residue and rust. I was talking about earlier, I have a TV that sits outside that we hang on the wall outside, and it has to be replaced like every year and a half, 2 years, because the salt air corrodes my TV. So it has to be, taxes are going to go up anyway. So if you tell me that.
Yeah, taxes are always going to go up.
Yeah, and like most of these new pumps and most of these fire trucks, all the internals are plastic.
I know, but if you're, again, with you telling me that what's breaking news, AC? I'm looking at the screen.
Basically, who can go in there and steal everything.
And it goes against all your instincts
Exactly.
to leave your home unlocked. I remember last night when I said unlocked. Oh gosh, I don't know. That would be the harder part. Leaving and evacuating is fine. Hoping that someone doesn't go and loot your home while you are evacuated is just horrible.
Disgusting.
But we do keep hearing law enforcement saying today, do not do that. And hopefully people are heeding those.
The new DA of LA, Nathan Hochman, whose sister lost her home in the fire in the Palisades, he spoke this morning to us about how he's bringing every measure of the law against these looters, who they are catching.
Oh, they finally got a new DA? Good.
Let's stay in the Palisades right now and go to Jory Rand, who files this report.
Guys, this house is still burning. We had to move a little bit to the side because there are a series of loud explosions coming from inside that inferno of a garage. I think there's a couple vehicles in there. The gas tank might be exploding, but some of them have been extremely loud.
Gas tanks don't explode.
And you can see that while the front of the house, the garage,
More than likely, somebody had ammunition in a gun safe and it's cooking off.
From the back, there are some really large flames burning in the rear portion of this house. And again, the major concern.
There was one video this morning on Fox 11. They were showing a house. All you heard was pop, pop, pop. It's like, that's ammo cooking.
They have not gone up.
I've heard that before in the storage unit fire.
Case scenario, should those trees breaking these two houses go up in flames, because it wouldn't be long for the home that is still somehow intact after these 24 hours remains so. And down comes the eave off the front of that house. We've been waiting to see when that would happen. We could tell it was imminent. Some pieces had been falling. In fact, there's a large pile of the upper portions of this home already laying in the driveway, and another large portion has just come down, as this home is now a total loss. It's just nothing but flames, and we're actually curious whether the garage door itself is going to collapse. We think
it will
kind of come
eventually.
and sit down on the driveway,
That's
and
what
it
I
is
was about to say.
slowly being taken apart.
And you might want to move back when it does.
There it goes.
It's awful to sit here and watch somebody
Something
that
inside
they
of that
worked
caught,
so
and
hard.
It might have been some kind of
watch
gas,
it be
because we
destroyed.
could hear it burning, see those
Oh,
flames
yeah.
explode, and that just did the last little job on the rest of that garage door. And so a lot of flame and smoke now coming out of that garage. It's just intensifying as we stand here, and you look inside. It is nothing but flame.
The one thing that
Nothing
gets
but flame
me
on all
is these
sides of that
people
garage, and that's
standing
one of the
that
explosions we
close
were talking about.
to a fire
That
that
just continues to pop inside of that garage.
Oh, he's probably good 50, 60 foot away.
You know, this house
The
is
camera's zooming in.
breaking to see this happen.
That's
before
why
I want to know why we can't see the clouds to get the drain there.
they're focused on the house next door
Can't
as
see
well.
the what,
So we've gone
Christine?
24
See
hours
the
since
clouds?
fire decimated the
Cloud seeding?
Palisades community.
Yeah.
So many homes lost. We're talking.
I really don't know.
This miracle that has stood here.
Wow,
And
look,
fully
I mean, they do it in Colorado all the time to get snow up in the
They
mountains.
do it all. They do it everywhere.
There was almost nothing else burning in this town
because
actively,
most of the time when they
except for
do
this
it,
home
they're
right
actually
here.
above the clouds.
And the risk it is now
He actually
imposing
is
on the
pretty
house
close
next
to
door.
that house.
It is just almost too much to think about.
Lisa, last night we watched for a bit. People were in the house and they were trying to save the house, and they decided they couldn't save it anymore because the fire was now in the house.
Pushing the
Isn't that strange?
Should I-
Their house next to them.
Christine, would you like me to find
had
that
a good
video?
Yes, that would be perfect if you could find it and we watch it, Elisa.
Yeah,
It
there
was
was a
just,
guy this
it was,
morning on his
it was,
roof.
it was a YouTube, it was a TikTok short, I think, or something, AC.
I
Yeah.
found it on.
hoping this
I
fire
found it
dies
on.
down
X.
enough.
Okay.
Oh, there was a guy this morning on his roof with a garden hose, wetting his house down and his neighbor's house down.
Because you know this town has seen much.
I mean, people are trying to save their houses, but
we need to take some.
Hey, unknown challenger.
That one here. Hopefully that remains.
You know, Jill, it's horrible. No matter where there's something that's going to change people's lives, there's always a looter. Always.
Thank you for that. By the way, just
They have a Cali Fire website to see the containment list and such. Oh, okay. We'll look for it. Thank you, unknown challenger. I know.
side of a mountain just came down in the Palisades.
Is my speaker messing up, or did somebody else?
You know, the Jeopardy will be on the air.
I'm not. Yours sounds fine, but everybody else's seems fine too, though.
And 2:36. Obviously, you can record it if you don't want to stay up that late. But
Got a
we're
ride
sorry to
lane. I
interrupt
just don't know if it was on mine.
programs, but
All
obviously,
right.
I'm sure you understand. In the meantime, we do want to get to that weather forecast.
Watch this, Lisa.
Can I ask? Somebody had said something about it's not a gas tank that explodes. It's got to be firearms or something like that. Like if there's a car that gets into an accident and it catches on fire, doesn't that tank
Explode? Yeah.
No, it don't. I've dealt with fully engulfed vehicles. The tank never exploded.
So what
Well,
causes that poof? Like when it
I've seen the car go up off the ground because of a tank exploded. And maybe it depends on style of car, how much insulation's
Like
around
the older
it.
vehicles, yes. The old steel tanks, yes, they would explode because they didn't have vent holes in the tank.
So like for example, like my house, I have I heat with gas, right? My downstairs. So if this, God forbid, this house ever caught on fire, wouldn't it explode?
No.
Well, hopefully the gas is turned off. Yes.
Usually the first thing you do on scene is you do a 360, you find the gas meter, you shut the gas off to the house.
Which is outside, so they would have.
Yeah.
Right. But this is entire communities that the gas company should have already turned off all gas supply going to all this areas.
Oh, and they probably have.
Okay, so
Like
this,
somebody had like propane tanks.
they do explode.
Yes.
They will shoot high in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Like a lot of these
big
places
time.
probably have pools that are heated where, propane. If it gets that hot, they're gonna explode, right?
Okay, guys, why don't we watch this video real fast?
Okay, I'm good.
This is the one we were talking about.
Oh, this is.
And I do want to remind everybody, these men got out safely. They were not hurt. The dog was not hurt.
Good.
So just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind, please.
Yeah, thanks for letting me know, because that would be like I can't watch this.
But
Most
yeah,
definitely.
there's a reason why.
With the
There's a
dog.
reason why I was saying that.
Yeah, no, I
upfront.
appreciate that. I appreciate that.
That's not a problem.
Thank you. Oh, poor puppy. Look at him in there. Oh, God.
Just be okay. You're gonna be okay. Hi. You're gonna be okay. Oh shit. Yeah, don't worry about that, dude. Look at that. Oh shit. Scary, huh? Yeah. The plastic is gone, dude. Yeah. Fuck.
Beautiful house.
It is.
Oh, guys, I can't watch this. I'm sitting here falling. I'm going to walk away while y'all watch this.
So where's the gas?
Did you see that glass just
The
shot?
gas is off right now.
Yeah.
No, don't open the window. Don't open. Don't open anything. Just stay over here. Fuck.
There was another one I was talking about where the people were in there and you could see him trying, and he's telling, it was neighbor tries to help save house.
All right. Let me.
Um,
I will bring that. I will do that here in a minute, but I'm gonna.
Here because those
I'm
spots,
gonna
still
do
the fire
that.
areas and
You
all
guys can
around,
see.
we can still see it being really, really strong. So here's how it's setting up now.
Neighbor
Accurate to 7
saves
look. So still those
house.
winds, the fire danger.
yes, or tries to save house. Yeah.
Tomorrow, temps in the 70s. We start cooling down for the weekend. A little more of an onshore flow as sea breeze comes back, so we see things kicking in. But next week, we're looking at another concern with winds and low humidities back in play. As far as our Valley, the Inland Empire, same idea where temps are seeing that 70s range for Thursday and Friday, cooling down for the weekend. So fire danger still a concern for a couple of days here. A slight break for the weekend. And then again, cautious next Monday and Tuesday. More winds ramping up one more time. Beaches are going to have that fire danger still in place, certainly next couple of days. That offshore flow is strong. And then we go more of the onshore flow to cool it down somewhat Saturday and Sunday. But we're going to watch the winds kick up again to start next week.
See the
as well.
winds.
Mountain spots, so the winds are
So
very
any of
strong.
those
Arizona
hot
passes
spots, if they
going
get this
40, 50
contained, if there's
mile per
any
hour
of those
winds for a
hot
couple of
spots,
days.
they could kick up
Nighttime
again
temps
with the
just
wind
really
next week.
cold, teens and 20s there. Somewhat mild weekend, and then the winds back in play.
Yeah, if they could get the front of like all the bigger flames knocked down, They could go in there and mop up all them hot spots.
What, AC?
Is this it? Look at the picture and look at the headline.
I don't remember. I think maybe. And these guys got out too.
All right, Steve and Jimmy, you guys just saved this house that doesn't even belong to you with the
Oh,
garden
no.
hose. Both of you. You almost
The
burned
house
your
went
kids'
down.
house.
That's not it.
Why did you do it?
Just to save our neighbor's house and save our own house, my house.
Because the fire was outside
What
even.
about you, sir? I saw you risking your life. I mean,
It was
it,
one we
did it
watched
cross your
last
mind that
night.
you were in danger?
No, not at all, because the fire wasn't on that house; it was on the next door neighbor's house. So, you know, it's okay. You know, helping a buddy out.
Yeah, and tell me how, you know, in such tragedies, this is what brings you
Yeah,
guys
and that's what
together to
happens with
save other
fires.
people's
They
homes,
jump.
right? I mean, this is what neighbors
They
are all
jump.
about.
They also cause flashover. Everything has a flash point.
Good news tonight.
As many hands as possible. More people
So your neighbor's house could be burning.
It's good. Stop, you know, putting out those little fires.
Your house can end up going up because your neighbor's house is
Good job.
going up.
I saw you guys do it from beginning to end, and you guys truly saved this home. You guys really are heroes, man. Thanks, dude. All right.
Now
Yeah.
that, hey, at least we get a little bit of good.
That's right.
We get a little bit of good news.
Yeah.
No, they were inside.
So the Santa Ana winds right now, or that's
Yeah.
affecting it too. I have a friend that's out in California. He posted like some crazy winds.
We just turned on to another side street.
Yeah,
You can see all of the damage.
like earlier this morning, they were getting reports of 100-mile-an-hour wind gust in areas.
And as I said, this continues down the side streets.
And it
Pretty much
seems
they had
Turn over here. Here's
I
Wagner
would say maybe a Cat 1
Again,
hurricane
you look down in that direction.
over the fire.
There's more people.
100 isn't a Cat 1.
Let me see
It's
if we can
higher.
talk to this woman by chance.
Like,
We can talk one
Cat
direction.
1's 74.
Would we be
Right.
able to
That's
talk
what
to
they
you
were
again
dealing with
quickly?
last night.
Yeah, they had 100
Again,
Not through the
mile
night.
wind
Through the
gusts in
night.
some areas.
Through the night, it was anywhere from a Cat 2 to a Cat 3.
Everything in here
Mm.
is completely destroyed. And as we look straight ahead, there's more damage. Unfortunately, this shows you why we can't continue down this road. All the power lines that are down, it's dangerous for us to drive through there. But if we circled around,
I didn't understand the one we were watching last night where
I believe that
power lines were on the ground, but they were
they're literally every
flicker on off. Why wasn't the electric already turned off?
It's just there is a lot of destruction, a
I
lot of
know.
loss here in Altadena.
That's
In
something that's
Altadena,
probably
here is
PG&E is going to be investigated for.
Leanne, thank you.
Do what?
And, you know, we were
PG&E
talking
owns
about
most of the power
well,
lines in
might be
California. They'll
behind
probably be
the
investigated
line
why they
right after
didn't
the
shut the
fire.
power
It was
off.
just
Well, and they didn't
giant
cause any
loss.
harm because A, that home should have been evacuated already. They were under mandatory evacuation. And B,
Your heart just
there was, you know, they might, as many as they were trying to turn off at one time. You got to remember, it's human error. And
has to feel
and
so surreal.
I don't care
Yeah,
what
and it, in the snap of a
profession
finger,
you have, there's
years,
always a
and
margin of
we have
error.
multiple communities. In fact, we want to bring
Always.
you back
Oh,
to
yeah.
Somerset
now,
13
where,
there.
there has been tremendous loss, and Jory Rand has another location for us to look at.
Holy.
Guys,
I'm
we've
still
got some
trying to
great
find
news.
out
Fire engine
about the
and
female
fire
firefighter
department showed up.
who went
They
down
cleaned up the
last night.
flames of this home. Not only that, but
If
they
she's
cleaned
okay.
the home next
Oh.
door. So where this was fully engulfed just a short time
Up there in the
ago, the flames
Palisades.
are almost entirely
News
put
was
out.
talking about a Mayday call went out last night
Well, yeah,
for a
we saw
firefighter.
her.
Danger
We saw her put on the back
that
of
imminent
on a backboard, taken away.
incendiary
Yeah.
event here. The home next door is now
It's 43 here. Supposed to get down to 32 tonight.
firefighters are now cleaning up. They're wrapping up their home.
Yeah, and then they found
Put on a
they found a person on PCH last night that they had to airlift out to a burn center.
Another disaster has been
Well, yeah, they've had numerous burns.
Yeah.
And those are people A, trying to put fires out.
The ground fight we saw.
I wanted to share this.
Okay, you show. You go right ahead and show, baby doll.
I don't know about the one that they found on the
Look
highway. If
at
he
that
was
picture.
trying to put the fire out or he was just trying to get out of there and got burnt.
Oh, I thought it was amazing watching the bulldozers bulldoze those cars out of the way. Look at that.
I always say they need to put a damn blade on the front of a fire truck so they can do it. You get an old fire truck, who cares if the pump works? You just put a big, huge blade and Mad Max at it.
That would be more economical. KS, what do you think of that picture?
Look at those colors.
God.
That's hot.
And this is what the comment on X said. LA on fire right now out of a Hollywood disaster flick. The person's not wrong about that one.
Yeah, it almost reminds me of Volcano that they shot out there in LA.
It does sort of look like a volcano erupting.
Yeah.
Or the way I would imagine a volcano would erupt. I've never seen one actually erupt.
I've seen them on TV, never in person.
Is that the sun at the very top of that?
I'm not sure.
It
That
looks
might
like
be the moon.
No, we have got a full moon right now.
Smash said that it's bright. It's been bright orange out in California.
And this is why I love having X or Twitter or whatever the hell you want to call it.
Oh, it's still Twitter in my book.
Electrical substation catches fire. Yeah. Damn. Oh, in California right now, an electrical substation has caught fire.
Dang.
Whoa. Let me see if I can find any information.
While you're doing that, I'll see if I can find that video.
For Hollywood and now LAFD in the command post saying we need more resources. So we'll see if that comes to fruition.
And speaking of resources, this morning we were out. I was out with President Biden and Governor Newsom. President Biden was here mostly to see the birth of his great grandson, but spent time at a fire station in Santa Monica, got a briefing, went back to Washington, will be at the Carter funeral tomorrow. But the White House just announcing a few moments ago that he's canceling a trip to Italy where he was supposed to meet with Pope Francis because he is going to stay in Washington to oversee the federal response to this. So this is such
In my honest opinion,
the federal government.
They should be loading up fire trucks and C7s and start flying them into like San Francisco, LA,
we see most of the
Pendleton
anchors coming here today. I mean, this is
with personnel and everything.
And really the whole
use the military to
at. And these images
get more resources.
Marla, I think will make that even more true because when so many people think of Los Angeles around the world, when you travel to other countries, they think of Hollywood.
All right, time to row after this.
I found it. I put it in back.
All right.
Let's watch Substation now.
Encore electrical substation. No, that's Fort Worth. That's Fort Worth. Wrong one.
Okay.
Let's do this.
So that's the one from yesterday. They did make it out. They just didn't save the home.
Bro, I don't.
Oh.
All right, dude. Yeah, let's get out of here. We tried, bro. I'm sorry. We tried our best. Yeah, and when this tree falls, it's over. I'm sorry, bro. Now get out of here. Did that tree fall with it? No. Just let it burn and God protect this house in the name of Jesus. Protect this neighborhood, God. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. This tree is going to kill us. There's nothing we can do now, bro. Nothing we can do now.
I just want to show you what's happening right now. So this house, as we talked about, it's burned down. The house next door has not.
I'll see if I can find the substation too.
The AI says there's no information available about an electrical substation catching fire in Los Angeles. Unless that's the one that I just showed that's in Fort Worth. That's the only one showing up.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check on my soup. I'll be right back.
But yeah, that is.
I wanted you guys to come here real quick because they are working frantically. Strangers who came up here to try to help folks out, to knock out this fire, to make sure this house doesn't go on fire, the next one doesn't go on fire, and we got a whole mess in Hollywood. But I'll send it back to you guys and keep the camera up so you can see what's going on as we speak. But it seems to be the hose from the roof is making a little work, which is fantastic to see.
Tim, I have a question for you. It might be an optical illusion, but it looks like there's a power line that is right next to this this tree that's on fire.
Yep. So to be honest, I don't know the difference between like a cable line and a power line, but we'll come show up over here real quick. So there's the power pole, right?
Yes.
And so you have these 3 lines coming off the house to the power pole, the one kind of going in front. It's, you know, I would say 20 feet in the air. The palm tree is 25 feet in the air. So it's a pretty good distance. It's not that close, but obviously the embers falling on anything is cause for concern at the moment. Crisis.
Thanks, unknown challenger.
25 foot in the air.
Thinking of these folks here, jumped on the roof,
Every
climbed on
10
with the ladder,
foot.
got the hose up top, and
You
now
want
is spraying
at
it down.
least
This thing
50
just saw
foot for
actual
every
flames. At the
kid.
moment, it's just embers, and we're starting to see
AC, there's another link in the back.
some folks are coming up the street now.
Thank
And check
you.
it out, Will, down here.
I'm just throwing stuff out there, different areas of
Trees and
California.
bushes next door to make sure those don't catch fire as these embers come down. But obviously, precarious situation as you see some of these large pieces of the palm coming down and hitting the ground.
Carlton, who had reached out to me
I want
when we
people to
first
see
needed
this.
evacuation centers and said, hey, the Dream Center's open. So
Look
we have
at
been
that.
providing that information to our viewers now for well over 24 hours. Did you in fact see some evacuees from any of these fires? Have you taken some in thus far?
See how it looks like a black and white movie? No, I'm going to show you something.
They lost everything. We've had individuals come in. We have people calling now. I mean, I really believe by tomorrow, all 108 of those beds will be filled. And the good thing about it is we'll just be there for them however long it takes. That's the whole Dream Center. We give people the luxury of time.
Hey, at least they got the choppers up.
And so it's
Yeah.
I think reality is setting in. The first few hours it was a little slower, but now day 2 we're getting calls.
Does at least 90% of these people have insurance, right?
Maybe they just might
No, because the insurance companies a few months ago in California actually
what you guys do, it's
actually took their insurance away.
If you can
A lot
donate,
of them
it's
don't
a
have
great way to be able
insurance.
to help
There's
people as well.
certain places are uninsured or underinsured. When you're done, I'm going to put up the big screen. I want to show you something.
All right.
Yeah, but like
But just take your
3
time.
months ago, insurance companies in California were flying drones over people's properties and dropping their insurance on them.
We're having the same thing happening right now in Florida.
Yeah.
I mean, we
Exact same thing. Well, I told you guys my insurance went up to almost $11,000 a year. I was going to be uninsured. We were going to self-insure.
public service, and we appreciate the
That
work
sucks. I don't have no insurance either. If something happens, I'm screwed.
Well, we ended up finding one for like $4,700.
God bless you.
I can't even afford that right now, Christine.
Well, I understand, and a lot of people are in the same situation. I don't have flood insurance.
Do you want to see, because I can switch it over to the one that you sent, the 13-minute video? If you
Yeah,
want
but hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm going to put myself big screen. So you see that picture there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the Christmas tree? Right behind that tree are a double set of huge windows that blew out. But this is from my fire. See the walls? See how it looks black and white?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looked like in our house. Everything was like this black and white scary movie, but the fire left the Christmas tree alone. Christmas tree standing. That's a real tree. It was covered in black soot, but the walls, everything, all the paint peeled like off the walls. The ground is from the ceiling that everything fell into the ground and the carpet melted. But that's from my house. Okay, go ahead, AC.
And as you can tell, I got this is it says video shows California wildfires burning out of control in Los Angeles area. Holy. This is gonna be interesting.
The rich and famous is getting ready to get hit.
They've already getting hit.
Yeah.
Many of the homes, even Harris's home, was in an evacuation zone yesterday. Yeah, that's what the video they just got done doing.
Now I kind of see why I've been away from the news, and I didn't even know why. Now I know why.
Yeah. Because when my grandfather had flood insurance, the insurance guy said, you might as well drop it because we're not going to pay out unless the flood actually picks the house up and moves it more than an inch off the foundation. So he dropped flood insurance. Flood insurance is a joke.
Oh, it's not for people in flood zones.
Oh, he was in a flood zone.
Well,
But the insurance guy's like, the insurance company's not going to pay out unless it actually picks the house up and moves it an inch off the foundation.
Well, that's not true.
With me being over these caves, I was going to get earthquake insurance. That's a big no, too.
Look at that. God. See how those trees all look black and white?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it does. It's the weirdest. It's just weird. A lot of rich and famous lost properties today. Already Hollywood Hills was burning for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Taylor's old home burnt. One from the Fast and Furious movie. That was a nice house. I think it was like Liz Taylor's house.
It's hard for me. Unknown that only you would come up with something like that. Only you would come up with something like that one.
Glendale earthquake, volcano, flood, tornado. Yeah. But fire, I mean, we don't have to have a separate fire insurance like where we're at. It's just in our homeowners. Hurricane. It's in our homeowners, but it has a different deductible. You have a 3% of what the total is. Like, let's say it's $100,000, you got to pay 3%.
So 100,000, you'd have to pay roughly what? 30,000.
About 3,000.
AJ1.
Hey, John.
How are you tonight? We're just watching the California fires. We're putting some clips as they come through. This was like 15 minutes ago. Look at the hills have eyes. Look at those. Go back. That look like it's two eyes right there on that hill.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like to me. The hills have eyes right there.
Yeah.
Or see how they have two eyes, and it kind of looks like the mouth at the bottom where the houses are. Hey, Native, how are you, sweetheart?
Well, there's the eyes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
see,
there was one wildfire I was on where the fire looked like a tree on the ground.
Mm.
It's like, dang.
It's interesting to be able to stop this and chit chat about stuff like that. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, the hills have eyes. You know, I know most of you here last night, but like last night I said, you know, if you read through the Bible, God promised never to flood the earth again. And he did talk about fire.
Yeah, I mean, if you read the book of Revelation, I'll
We're in it.
bring
We've been in
brimstone
it.
and fire from the heavens to the earth.
We've been in the book of Revelations, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
Okay, breaking. Oh, country. That's okay. Opened up the
Christine, we've
new.
been there for a while. I've heard the
That's what
trumpet
I said.
sound.
That's great, Garrett. Right now we're talking about California wildflower fires.
Wildflowers.
I know. I caught myself. There's very serious shady practices with insurance. Oh my God, does. Very unfortunate. Why can't they do a single moment without turning disaster in a political sense? Because that's what they do. A known challenger. That's what they do. It's sad. You know, but and here's the thing, and like I said, we were going to be self-insured because we owe a little bit of a mortgage, which we're basically keeping the mortgage for some type of tax deduction. But we're going to pay the house off completely and self-insure ourselves. If something would have ever happened, we would pay for it out of our own pocket to fix it. What's that say? Passenger flight what? Oh, is that a passenger flight going across that?
Here we go. It says
Passenger on flight. Okay.
Oh,
Look at that. Yes, Jonathan.
I have 4 questions on the fire.
Okay.
First one,
Oh,
some people are
congratulations.
blaming the mayor. Are they right to blame the mayor?
My phone is.
You can't blame anybody right now.
Oh.
Right now, the important thing is we save lives. We get the fire out so we can save lives. After that part's done, then let's talk about a blame. I refuse to talk about any blame right now.
Can I ask KS something?
Yeah.
How those planes that fly over with water, how helpful are those?
Really helpful.
They are. They work
Oh,
well.
especially if you're having water issues, because they can go land, refill within 10 minutes. If you got to take a truck and go halfway across the city, you could talk 45 minutes to fill that truck to bring you back water.
But they do like put out fires. I mean, they're helping.
Oh yeah, they're dumping anywhere from 500 gallons up to 2,000 to 3,000 gallons of water every pass.
All right. I always just wondered that.
Yeah, because most of these fire trucks can only, if they can hook to a hydrant, they can pump 1,250 gallons per minute.
Yeah.
And that's if you have the water pressure to do it. So yeah, I'd rather take anywhere from 5,000 to 3,000 gallons being dropped from the air, helping. Because like most of the brush trucks, I don't know about California, our brush trucks, we had tanks on there that were 250 to 300 gallons, which is about 10 minutes worth of water at 70 PSI.
Yeah. There's just.
Besides some of our tanker trucks that had front nozzles and could get up in some of the areas because they were deuce and a halves, had 3,000 gallons.
Like a tanker truck is good if you have a single fire, you're trying to put it out, or you call in a second alarm. But when you have something like this, and they have those planes flying above, dropping water, I just always was wondering how effective they are.
The fire retardant in the water is really effective,
Yeah. Okay.
especially on big fires like this.
Yeah, exactly. And that's you're trying to put out a fire that is miles long. Yep. It's sad. It's sad. It's just so much
The
damage.
only problem is with dropping the water from the air, it's still going to destroy everything on the ground. Even if somebody's house didn't burn, but somebody else's house is on fire and there's fire around it,
Yeah.
it's going to destroy that house too, because that's heavy coming down.
Oh.
And usually before they dump, if you have a fire crew in the area, they'll let you know they're dumping so you can get on the ground and cover your head, because you are going to get soaked and that's going to hurt hitting you.
Really? So if your house is not, if it's not engulfed, it's going to suffer a lot of water damage.
Water damage, structural damage.
Wow.
For every 5 gallons is 40 pounds.
Yeah.
So you're talking a couple tons of water coming down onto a house from the air real quick. They're not really meant to take that much water hitting that hard.
Yeah.
Hey, Christine, I'm gonna say this to Christine. You know who I'm blaming, because I believe you watched the video that's gonna be live tomorrow morning. But yeah, this is with all of these 40 pounds for a 5-gallon bucket. That is, I couldn't remember what it was.
Yeah. Like every 5 gallons is roughly 40 pounds.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That is. Let's continue with the video.
I mean, when I was in Kansas, the Army would hook buckets up to their Blackhawks and start dumping water for us.
So what are we watching right now?
This is videos that's already happened.
Okay.
This is sad. I mean, you got to put the fire out, but you might want to put a fog stream on that if you're trying to save the other house. Ooh, that looked like, is that an apartment complex?
We
I'm watching it on my TV.
we don't have to say that because we are talking over it at times. And Shelly, go over on my channel and watch who should be held responsible. You'll understand why I say I'm blaming. There are people I'm blaming for what happened. There's gonna be.
Oh, this is going to be investigated for years to come. And it's going to
There's
be.
going to be a lot of blame, but like I have been telling people, let's.
Oh, yeah. There's going to be investigations. It's going to be used as training material for years.
Sure. Well, and that's, and you know, you always, and that's a good thing that's going to come out of this, if there's any good thing. And it's going to be, you know, we always look whenever there's something like this, we always go back and look, what we could have done differently and what should we have done differently, and let's change. But there's one thing that nobody's going to be able to change, and that's going to be the Santa Ana winds.
Yeah. I mean, this fire started at the worst time possible.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
I mean, any fire's bad, but
oh, look at that. God. Sorry.
any fire is bad, but when this started, you had high winds, which just took it off.
Not to change topics, but I am going to a little bit here. There's a guy who, and I'll get the link and we can show it. It's kind of devastating. There's a guy in New York that caught himself on fire again. Another one. And they're videotaping it and they're yelling for police. Nobody took off a coat, shirt, tried to get the guy down on the ground to roll. You know, they didn't have to touch him. They could have threw their coat on him. They could have done something. And they stood there and videotaped. And then the police started coming. And then this one guy came running, took his coat off, and started throwing it on. But let me get the video. Now, I'm going to preface this video is very disturbing. Okay, so hold on. Let me get the video.
I don't get society today.
I do. That's the thing about it, KS. It's the after effect of Daniel Penny. It's the after, because people will not want to help, because if something happens, are these DAs going to charge them? People are scared. I understand why this is happening. Because the government has made it hard to try to help somebody, and it because of things that's happened.
I don't know. If I try to save someone's life and I went to jail for that, then so be it. I just couldn't stand there and watch.
Because almost every state has a Good Samaritan law.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If somebody lit themselves on fire, first thing you should do is try to get it out off of them. Not sit there and put it on Facebook, TikTok, social media.
Look what happened. Look what happened in New York City subway.
Right. And
that's the perfect example.
Then there's the New Orleans thing, you know, with the guy that ran people over. There was
the one in Vegas.
Yeah, but
now DC.
I'm specifically talking about the guy that ran people over in New Orleans. There was a survivor that I watched on YouTube, and he spoke. He had agreed, and he spoke to talk about what happened to him. And this guy was in a wheelchair, and he's paralyzed from the waist down, and he got hit by this guy, and he's screaming for help, and people are in the balconies. Nobody's coming to his help, his rescue. They're just videoing him. They're just, how can you just do that? Watch it. I mean, this guy in the street asking for help and just sit there and videotape it. I don't know. Where is humanity? What happened to us?
That was like Christmas Eve, Christmas morning. Some kid hits a car, causes a car accident, takes off running.
Yeah.
Right out in front of our apartment. I hear somebody telling this person to stop. I mean, the cops were already pretty much on scene.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to go check in the other car. I hear that. I go after the person.
Yeah.
Until my hamstring decided, nope, you ain't running.
Mm.
But it's like, come on, people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like,
now it's a felony. Anything you do, you are protected.
And I understand, right? People aren't on, they're not sure what's happening. This guy just ran people over. But if you are out there videotaping, then how can you just sit there and do nothing? You know, I don't understand.
I don't know.
I don't understand. And then finally he got help. The ambulance came. You know, they're trying to figure out who needs help when. They finally, and they didn't realize this man was paralyzed, or, you know, originally from the waist down. So they're trying to get him help, and it was just a mess. He said the only thing I looked up and I saw my wheelchair parts everywhere. You know, and I don't know. It seems
I
like
don't get it either, because this is why the fire departments are griping that we can't retain people. We can't get people to do this because nobody wants to do it. Nobody wants to help their neighbor anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't help but help.
I mean, even if I was there, first thing I'm going to do is make sure my family's okay. Second thing I'm going to do is go start triaging and protecting lives, because that's just who I am.
Right. And if someone's screaming, help, I need help, you're just going to stand there and watch? No,
I'm going to do whatever I can to help them with what resources I have at the time.
Anything else but just comfort that person, then do that. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I'm here for you. What do you need? Here's a blanket. Here's what I'm going to, you know, that's all. You'd be there for them. So they're, you know, if that's all you can do, then do that. You know, I don't know. I'm not, you know, I don't know. That's all I can say is I don't know.
It's just, it seems like everybody runs from danger, and there's only a select few that will actually run towards the danger.
Yeah.
And it's sad.
So what's this, Christine?
This is
updating on the Sunset Fire.
Can't find it, darn it.
Every structure, everything is important, but is there extra resources meant on a strategy like this to try
That's
to
the one Shelley wants?
protect some of these iconic
Okay.
structures?
I don't know what it is.
You know, I think we're very aware
It's one
of
of my
where
videos.
we have some of these
Okay.
really historic and iconic structures. At this moment, given the location of the fire as it stands, the hope is to really attack it with all of our resources to make sure it doesn't go to those other areas and impact some of these incredibly historic sites. So that is the goal right now. It's to make sure that first and foremost, lives are saved, that we are not losing anybody, that people are not getting hurt. That is the absolute primary goal here. That is what everyone here is talking about. That is why these evacuation orders are so incredibly important. That is why following the advice of fire and police personnel out in the field is so important. And I hope that people take those orders seriously. And that people exit, because that is the ultimate priority here at the Emergency Operations Center. We're also trying to preserve structures and historical artifacts, of course, but really our primary focus is on saving lives and making sure that people can exit these impacted areas as safely as possible.
Yeah, and of course, I'll reiterate that. Number one is to save lives, and then to save those homes in the Hollywood Hills and all the iconic landmarks around it. Councilmember Rahman, when we first got wind of this and we saw those first flames, we had a vantage point of the Hollywood sign itself, and the flames were right there in front. And of course, we worry about that. More importantly, the people and the homes. But to your point, you were saying that the flames, they're going downward, so they're burning away from the Hollywood sign. We know that it's still standing and okay at this hour.
At this hour, we are not seeing the Hollywood sign as a threat. If that changes, I can communicate that to you. I am not, you know, I think Chief Crowley is the person who can speak to fire movement and to wind changes. Those wind changes are really what's going to be impacting the movement of the fire. And so I don't even want to speak to that. What I can speak to, again, as I said, is the intensity with which we're attacking these flames right now to ensure that they do not grow.
Yeah.
They absolutely do not grow. And that is the, again, that is the goal of getting.
And what sucks is a lot of this is in the urban areas.
Right now, right away. And I'm hopeful that, again, that with all of these resources that we can attack this with the intensity and efficiency that it needs to happen in a place that is so populated, so heavily populated. I mean, this is right in the heart of Los Angeles.
And to that point, this will be my last question, just about traffic, about getting out of there, because it is so heavily populated on a good night, on a regular night. Where should people go? How do you deal with traffic, management tonight?
So we have already secured additional deployment from the Hollywood Division police officers who are very, very familiar with the neighborhood, who know every ingress and egress point and have staffed up at every ingress and egress point into the neighborhoods and are directing people where to go. They have also almost instantaneously made the request for additional resources. That those resources are either on their way or are already stationed and deployed to help with that traffic management. And so I think I would say to everyone who is leaving the area, follow the guidance of Hollywood PD. They are here with the latest information. They're in touch with our command posts in the area and with the Emergency Operations Center, and they will guide you in the best direction to go. And I encourage everyone to follow the advice that they're getting, because they're in constant communication with the rest of the city and how we're deploying these resources and what we're seeing on the ground.
Councilmember Nithya Raman, we thank you so much for taking the time out. Of course, she represents part of this area that is on fire right now.
Yes.
The Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills. We thank you for taking the time out.
Thank you so much. And if I could say one more thing, this is obviously the moment we never wanted to see here in Council District 4 in the Hollywood Hills. And I want to ask everyone else who is in Los Angeles, if you can stay home, if you can keep our streets clear, if you're not in the evacuation areas, leave our streets free for our emergency responders and for people who need to leave the impacted areas and shelter in place. Make sure you're getting your updated information on the Watch Duty app or on LAFD's alerts website. Refresh that page, stay informed, and as much as possible, leave the streets clear for people who urgently need to leave these areas.
Yeah, this is a part of town that talks about tourism so much, and usually the message is come here, come to Hollywood. Tonight, the message is stay away and let us be safe. Thank you so much, Nithya Raman, LA City Council.
Thank you for covering this. Thank you for getting the word out.
All right, now to Altadena. Christy Fajardo taking a look at the Eaton fire. Christy.
And Alex, we just heard the council member saying how important it is for people to heed the evacuation order. And here on Pine, we're seeing evidence of that. In fact, everything around us hints at the inferno that raced through here, and also that people might have had to leave in a hurry. In fact, take a look at this pickup truck. It burned so hot that the tires actually melted and the bed of the truck slammed onto the ground. You see where it actually, the weight of it and the impact damaged the asphalt. And also some of the asphalt here melted as well. And unfortunately,
looks like an old Chevy.
Homes burned on either side of the street. In fact, to the north of us, I can't see the outline of a single home. I'm only seeing the outline of what's left. Fireplaces, chimneys. And walk with me, because the vantage point from up here really gives you an idea of the scope of the devastation. Ordinarily, this view would be obscured by houses. You would not be able to see so far, but right now we're seeing multiple homes on fire. We also know that there are some businesses. The Bunny Museum is there in the distance. But there's so many flames and so many outlines here of buildings, or at least what's left of them, that I can't tell.
Which I'm wondering if the Bunny Museum
homes here were
is
destroyed, but you got to just
from
think about
Hugh Hefner.
how many families have been impacted and how this neighborhood has been changed forever. Some people will come back and rebuild, we know. Others, though, will opt not to or won't be able to and will end up living elsewhere. So the fabric of this community has changed.
I
after
already
the
have
Eaton
that
fire.
one, Christine.
And all day long, we've been driving up Lake
Okay, thank you.
and
Sorry.
the surrounding areas. And every street
That's
that we
the
turned
one we're
onto,
watching.
we saw devastation.
I thought that after I started seeing it. Sorry.
Homes that were not
But thank you.
touched by the fire.
You're welcome.
But even though some of those homeowners say
I know
they
it gets
couldn't
confusing
enjoy a
with me
sense of relief
jumping
because
around
of
to
the
different
losses
streams.
that their
Which one do I
neighbors had
have and
sustained,
which one
or the
don't I?
fear
But I
that even
appreciate
though they
this.
had
I promise. I
survived
promise I will get
yesterday and
better. I can
today,
do it
their
as
home
well as
might not
you
be standing
someday.
tomorrow because of what you see
Just
here.
not
There's still a
today.
lot of
Yeah,
active
you heard
flaming here
someday.
in Altadena, and of course, as long as
But not today.
these buildings or
Maybe
what's
not
left of them
tomorrow
are
either.
burning, there's always a potential that an ember might spark another fire and ignite another home on fire. And sadly, this is a reality tonight. I can say, though, we're not seeing any wind, which I'm sure is a huge relief to the people around here. And the temperatures have also dropped. So both of those things will help firefighters in their fight. That's the latest from Altadena.
I'm glad the
Back
winds
to
have
you.
dropped.
All right,
Yeah.
Christy, so glad to hear that you're not
That
seeing or
has to
feeling
be a
the
relief
winds
off
like
of
you
those
were
firefighters.
yesterday. That is
Yeah, I
great
mean, you
news.
have 40,
That's the
50,
Eaton
60
fire.
mile
Let's
an
go
hour
back to the
winds
Sunset
trying to
fire in the Hollywood
put
Hills. Gina
wildfires
Silva,
out.
she's on the ground. You're talking to
It's a
folks there
pain.
who have been stuck in that traffic
It's
gridlock
deadly.
down below.
Totally deadly. Look at that.
Yeah, we're
You know,
helping out in the neighborhood.
here's
You
the
can see
other thing.
right here.
You're
This
so
is the
used to, I
entrance
know
to
this
Runyon
it should
Canyon
never
from
get
the
used to, but
neighborhood. We're
people are
100 minutes
used to
away,
sitting up
200
their windows
minutes
looking
away.
at the hills on
Firefighters
fire.
are inside there. We've got this gentleman. What's your name?
You can call me Mr. K.
Mr. K. Now, you know, they always say, find the helpers, find the helpers. And this young man was out there helping several of his neighbors. Describe what you were doing.
Well, just helping people evacuate, and also there was a tree that caught on fire just over here, and we had to come together as a community and just get our garden hoses together and just like put it out. We were doing that for the past hour, and now I'm just like going around the neighborhood seeing who else needs help.
And you live right here.
Yeah, just over here, right down the street.
Describe when it was, I mean, just a few seconds ago, we saw the orange glow and it was looking really scary. The embers were flying everywhere. But then the chopper came by and dropped the water and it looks so much better right now.
Yeah. So like over here, luckily the fire department is able to make quick work of it, which super thankful to the LAFD, and yeah, it's really a crazy night. Just a lot of crazy outcomes tonight.
Yeah, I did see the fear in your eyes when we were walking up here because it was looking bad.
Yeah, it was
And
like
it's still a threat to many in this neighborhood. That's why the evacuation
And the
orders
sad thing is, a lot of these firefighters
yeah, exactly.
have been working probably, what, 24, 48 hours
What I'm gonna
straight?
be doing for the rest of the night right now is just making sure that people can help get out. I
What
think,
time is it
as
out
far
in
as
Cali
this
right
block is
now?
concerned, the fire department
8:16.
has got it under
It's 3
control.
hours behind.
So now I'm just gonna go
They
throughout the
not
rest of the
quite
neighborhood to see who else
24
needs help.
yet
Yeah, well,
for
you're doing a
this
great job.
one,
We saw you in action.
but a lot of them
Very
probably
nice.
stayed
Thank
because
you.
of.
Hopefully your home will stay untouched, you know?
But it hasn't
Thank
been
you so
quite
much. I'm
24
gonna
on
get
this
back to it.
one.
Have a blessed night.
You too.
Yeah,
He was helping one
one
of his
up
neighbors out there
in the
put out
Palisades has been burning for
like
24.
I said, firefighters
Yeah,
here, the LAFD is doing an
actually about
amazing job. They
36,
are battling this
Yeah.
from the
almost
ground and
36.
also from above. We've heard those choppers. We've seen the water drops. And in fact, I was telling Joe
And these
Andres,
guys
the
deserve
photojournalist I'm with tonight, said
a
if we get
major
too close, we
break
might actually get
after
wet.
this.
So we have to be just, you know, when we hear those helicopters, we have to just move down a little bit because we could get wet. But a lot of firefighters here are out here, multiple engines. They're battling this one. This is such a densely populated area, and obviously there's a huge danger should these flames start up a new fire and start up a fire in this neighborhood. There are so many homes, so many apartments, and we talked about the mandatory evacuations. This is the fire that started around 5:30, just with about 10 acres, and it has exploded. This was around the 2300 block of Solar Drive, and now there are so many evacuation orders.
Backing it up so you can
Frustrated.
dump
Some
that
people
tank
don't
into
want
the
to
other
leave,
truck.
but it's really for their own good, for their safety. Firefighters are saying just leave, access open in case they have to go inside to battle the blaze. Hopefully that won't be the case, and they can battle this fire from above and get it under control before it sparks another fire.
Can we talk about the contrast between what you saw last night and what you're seeing tonight. I'm thinking about your picture 24 hours ago in Altadena when the winds was whipping you in every direction. You could barely stand up. Ashes were coming in every direction. It was so windy that there was no water dropping at all. Tonight, it looks like the wind relatively calm. And you do see those water drops. This is a real advertisement for those water dropping helicopters, huh?
Absolutely. Thank goodness for the weather changing. You can see, if you look at the trees, there's no movement. It was insane last night. Those winds were violent. It just, impossible for any aircrafts to do their job. But now you can hear it. Can you hear it? They're flying above us. They're probably going to make another drop, perhaps not necessarily where we are close because they just dropped, but they are definitely doing their job. There are ground crews here going up Runyon Canyon right now, as you can see, and there are several homes. I've been told there are a couple of homes up there that are obviously in danger, and they're making sure, taking care of structure protection. And of course, we've got to move out of the way here.
Yeah.
And Gina, LAPD is also helping and making sure that people stay out of the area so that firefighters can do their job.
Well, and for your knowledge, because I know you're interacting with so many people who may need a place to go, Hollywood High School on Highland Avenue, that has just opened as an evacuation center as well. So Hollywood High School Evacuation Center, you can let folks know if they need a place to
Christine, are you there?
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Gina, thank you.
Christine?
She might be looking up videos.
So
Yes,
I
I'm
have
here.
I
Sorry.
have a friend of mine that's out in California, and I texted her earlier. I'm like, "Hey, are you okay?" And so she sent me a bunch of
Boom.
pictures. Do you want me to email them to you? Maybe you can share them if you're interested.
Sure.
I mean, I
I'm
don't know how that works. Can you do a share and put them on like video of, not video, but like share some of the live pictures she has of these wildfires that are going on?
Yeah, email them to me and let me. I'll figure it out. But yes, email them
Okay.
to me.
All right. I'll do that. Hold on.
They just did what, like 3 drops right there, and knocked about
something like that.
90% of that fire out. Yeah, the water drops do wonders.
We need to go in and finish this. I'm trying to get my phone charged up. I want to go in and get that. I think if I can get.
Because like they were saying last night, there was no way to get the aircraft up to drop this. The winds were too strong.
It is so interesting to see all of this happen.
Yeah.
Are
Because a
you
lot of them
on your
aircraft,
phone now?
because a lot of those water aircraft have to get about 500 to 1,000 foot off the ground. So you have to have the perfect wind conditions to do that, especially with like the super tankers. I believe they have a couple 767s or 747 super tankers.
Actually, Christine, I just sent them to you, but it was easier for me to forward them to you the way I sent them.
Okay, I'll grab them.
Okay. Just let me know if you're not sure what I'm talking about. Not your email. Not your email.
Oh, okay. I see.
Okay.
You guys can still talk.
Might just take a minute for some of the pictures to come through.
This is.
How many are there? I got 2.
I'll tell you right now. Hold on. I just asked her. I said, "Hey, are you okay?" And she said, "Yeah, they are." So there's
That's
1,
good.
2. I think there's 6. There's 4. Hold on.
I feel bad for a lot of these people.
4, 7. 7. There's 7.
Is for the other ones to come. I'm going to make myself full screen for a second. So here's one. See how orange that sun is?
Mm-hmm.
I like that picture. Sorry, not sorry, Lisa, but tell her that's
Oh, yeah.
beautiful. I mean, that is beautiful, but that's what Smash was talking about, how orange the sky is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me change to the other one.
Can you do? You can't do share screen.
Well, that's what I was trying to do.
Yeah.
I mean, if you emailed them to you, you could get back on the computer and open them up open the pictures and then open it as a tab and share.
I mean,
Well,
you can kind of what she's doing right now. I mean, you can
Yeah.
kind of
yeah, you can see. So that one there, Lisa, if you want to describe that one, that's East Palisades down there. That smoke plume.
She just wrote, yes, these are photos. Her husband, Soren, took these from Playa del Rey Beach yesterday. So Playa del Rey is down in Los Angeles. So those 4 that you just showed with the sun,
Mm-hmm.
There's one actually, that one, she just said view from Century City 24th floor. So that one is from the Century City 24th floor. So the ones with the smoke that you're going to see is the, like I said, the view from the Century City 24th floor. The ones with the orange sky, she said her husband took those from Playa del Rey, and there's 4 of those that you'll see, and that's one of them.
Lisa, it said I only got 2.
I'm trying to.
I mean, you can send them individual if you want to.
Yeah, let me do that. Let me do that. Hold on.
I mean, the photo's neat and all, but the situation behind it's not.
I understand.
I mean,
but
these
there's
are some beautiful pictures. Under, the circumstances, they're not so beautiful.
Yeah.
Got some more.
The ones with the orange skies.
Well, and that's the smoke with the molecules in the air. That's what Smash was saying, how orange they are.
Yeah. You'll see one of them with the plane flying above, but I think that's a commercial flight, but it's leaving from LAX, but you can just see it with the sun, the smoke, and the plane. I sent them individually, Christine, those 4, and then I'm gonna send the other ones of the smoke to you individually as well.
I'm going to load the one with the plane.
That's crazy. Oh, that's freaking crazy. Do you ever hear me talking about the girl that I worked with in Long Island, and her and I became good friends? And yeah,
Look at this one with the plane.
right? That's the one that's crazy, leaving from LA.
Yeah.
I think it's leaving from LAX. So she's the one that's back in California. That I met her out in Long Island. We worked together and we just clicked. Yeah, I mean, some of these pictures are beautiful, but exactly. It's tragic.
Oh, it's very tragic.
Yeah. So I just sent you all of them individually. but she said they're okay, so that's good. So you should have like 7 altogether. Some of them you've gotten already. Like there's one with the palm tree and the orange skies behind it. I mean, it looks beautiful, but the reasoning, it's not good.
No, the reasonings suck.
Yeah. Is
So
Smash
look at this one.
Yeah.
Look at the smoke flume.
Mm.
I know, right?
Yeah, that reminds me of the Hayman fire we had in Colorado.
Look at that one. Just imagine the toxins that are in that air.
Yeah.
And these people are breathing, and the masks aren't going to help them. It's not going to help them.
Yeah. And you know what that looks like,
It'll help
actually?
keep the soot and the ash out of their lungs, but the toxins not so much. Not unless you have like N95 or a respirator that can filter it out.
Look at that one.
That looks like Hawaii to some
I
extent.
know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the beauty in the devastation. If you want to try to find some beauty, I'm just
The yin and the yang.
yeah.
That's what it is.
Is Smash? He lives down in
Yeah,
California.
he lives about 3 hours from where all this is happening, and here's this next one. You'll be able to see the sun pretty good that we talked about. Is that the sun or the moon? Hold on. Oh darn it!
Mm.
Remember, we were trying to figure out.
Yeah.
So this one's coming up. And that one does it too, but see how, look at the sun. That's the sun.
Yeah.
Against the ocean with the backdrop.
Yeah.
Those are cool.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think I've got them all.
Yeah. It's like 7 pictures. I think you got them all.
Yeah.
But yeah, so those are.
But you know, if you think
What she
about it,
sent me.
the beauty behind this devastation that's happening, you gotta find the positives. And I know people are like, oh, it doesn't always have to be positive. You got to. There's too much death and devastation going on. One life is too many.
Yeah. For sure.
Okay, sorry. Now, what was this? Closer look at the fire. Look at
Everyone's
those.
got, like family, friend. They know somebody. You know what I mean? Like like I know my Netta, and I'm like, you worry about people. You know.
Let's go here. Look at that. Look behind her. I'm not even gonna talk about her. And yes, I can hear her. But look at the house behind her.
Tilted
House,
over?
apartment building, who knows what it was.
I think it's a house.
Yeah, it fully collapsed.
Well, it could have came
Looks like
down
the
one of
whole
those
second
hills.
story's on the first.
Oh, she may say what it is. Is there volume to it?
Terribly damaged or absolutely destroyed. Behind this fire truck, there is actually a duplex of sorts that is pretty well gone or
badly damaged. And then all the way down, this is Pacific Coast Highway again at Carbon Beach. You can see how many units are here in this location. And just a few, I don't know, an hour or so ago, there was an evac order for Carbon Beach, as in like, you must go now. Now, we didn't see any evidence that people were actually leaving the area. It felt as if there were people who thought that it might be a good idea just to go. But the other interesting thing, once again, we talk about this all the time, where the fire really came from the hills on the mountainside, right? Away from the ocean. And yet these are the homes that were damaged or destroyed by the fire. And immediately across the street, there are buildings that seem to be untouched by the fire. A couple of other things that I've observed, and I can report to you, Alex, is that the egresses and ingresses to this area, very difficult indeed. We drove up from Pacific Coast Highway through Topanga, and that was very dangerous because you think about fires, you don't think about landslides. And there was a lot of land that had slipped off of the hillside onto Topanga Canyon, enough so that that lane, either a south or northbound lane, was blocked by all of that dirt. Some of it was smoldering. It was interesting to see. I wasn't thinking that
because the
that's what
ground
we were going
fire's
to see.
burning
But that's
all
the
the
first
roots
time I've seen
out. That
something where
held
the
it.
hillside was affected by the heat or the fire. Also, the other thing about that area is that a lot of the power poles were burning. And so they were leaning. And what made it very nerve-wracking is the thought of perhaps going back down Topanga Canyon. I was worried that by the time we left the area where we were near the village, that it would just mean that we were going to encounter power poles that have snapped due to the fact that they had the burning embers. But
Yeah, that's it.
what I
The only thing I
wanted
hate
to
about power
do
poles, they
earlier today, but
burn
it's
and
very
burn
difficult to
and
get
burn.
around on PCH, is to go
So they're
farther
soaked in
down
creosote.
south towards Dukes, Malibu, if you know this area. So you go down this PCH towards Dukes, just past there is a huge swath of oceanside homes, beachside homes that are just gone. And unfortunately, I do know people who had a property right there where I'm talking about, and the whole swath of those homes, not just his, but all the people around him and farther south, that area was gone. It was really remarkable, Alex and Marla, because you think that because you're close to the ocean and the ocean breezes, you might be okay. And for many years, those houses were spared. But this is unbelievable to me. And as you get closer to Topanga Canyon, that was unusual to me too, because let me just point out that if you know the area, and I grew up in this area, I grew up in the San Fernando Valley, Simi Valley. So we're talking about the feed store on the corner of Topanga and PCH, gone. Everything on that side of PCH, gone. So we're talking about the Real Inn, Chelada Thai, Rosenthal Wines. It's just gone, decimated. There weren't, by the time I saw it, there weren't even any burning embers. So it is just, it's terrible. Gladstone's mostly unaffected. Moon Shadows, if you know Moon Shadows also appears to be gone. Mastro's was okay. But again, just like this block here, it's so interesting where you can see that, you'll have an absolutely damaged and destroyed house, and then you'll have a little block where it seems like the buildings are okay. We do see a lot of activity right now. We're seeing a lot of fire trucks come and go. So right now, this is an area that they are focusing on. Alex, Marla?
Okay. Earlier today, we had Ed Laskos on, who was near the Gladstones area. He had told us that he believed that it was gone. But a lot of fog of war, and it'll be interesting to find out all the rest of it. But as Susan, as somebody who knows this area so well, and you think about, and is such a foodie you are, just these are such iconic restaurants that people not only from here but visit from all around the world. Some of the most beautiful pictures, having drinks right by the ocean, and sort of are celebrated the culture of Malibu.
Oh, absolutely. No, I don't think Gladstone's was gone. We were in the parking lot, and I thought it was okay. Moon Shadows, however,
right,
going further farther north. Moon Shadows, you can't even find it.
Let me ask
when
you
I went
this.
to go find my friend's house. Yes, Marla.
Well, we had reported about the Real Inn Enchilada. We knew that last night. There was also word that Mastro's was gone as well, but you just said that Mastro's is still standing.
Yeah, Mastro's is still standing.
I just want to point out, everybody, I put Angry Conservatives link. Please go and sub to him.
My prom dinners in high school. That's how long it's been there.
And AC, I know you had on tonight, and I know I have said something to the fact, let's not do blame, 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 blame. I don't know if you want to keep it on yours and we can go over and rewatch it, or I don't think it was that long if you want to show the video here.
My friend's house.
You might want to wait and just get everybody to sub to you.
On my car to see
Because
precisely
at some
where the
point
address was
I have
because
that
it
that
was
entire
unrecognizable.
video
And ditto
because
with
you
Moon
seen
Shadows. It's
how
like I
I
drove
have a members
back
only
south towards
about a
Gladstone,
certain topic.
Oh, okay. Yep.
I saw nothing.
What I'm
And that's
gonna
fine.
do
So
is
surreal.
I'm
So
gonna
sad.
put that up
Yeah,
where
of
I
course,
put
of
the
course.
blog
Yeah, such
pictures.
a landmark and
I
icon
won't
for so
do
many
it
years
here
and
because
decades.
we're
Susan,
more
we thank
worried
you so
about
much.
the
Glad that you
people
were able to join us
that are
live. We know that
affected
the
by
self-service
this
and
than actually
transmitting
putting the blame
capabilities can be,
where it
you know,
belongs
hairy
because
given the
there's
situation.
people
So
that
thank you very
deserve
much.
some blame.
Yeah, why don't you
but
mute
we're
that a
not
minute
gonna
or
do
Joining us
turn
on
it
the
down a
line
little?
is someone who took the time out last night.
Oh,
Who
look
had
at
to
that.
evacuate.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you with yelling over. Now I'm putting everybody to sub to you in the channel because you get some good things and you're doing daily ones and yours are earlier, so I think that would be good. Might be under members only, Shelley.
Oh, the Shelley. Christine was supposed to. Thank you, Lisa. And the thing about it, I haven't actually clipped up the part of where I've putting the blame and showing all the stuff that's happened. That will probably be sometime tomorrow that I clip that up because
Oh yeah,
I
that's
still
right.
have the video.
Yeah,
But
I was just
yeah.
watching some of the stuff you were showing earlier today.
Oh, believe me, there's a lot of information coming out because of
Oh,
all this.
and there's gonna be a lot of more information. We're gonna see this coming for. I mean, this is so much devastation, and this is something that the world's going to be watching because there are fires across the world. And I just want to say, I've been thinking of you. I keep the throat moist. Got it.
I am. I've been drinking tea. I've been drinking lemonade.
Well, you too, because you force your voice, but somebody in the chat named Stay Turned, he's recently had surgery, so I've been thinking a lot of him. Hey, door knocker. Yes, door knocker. We have heard from El Cemento. He is a couple hours away from there. He came in tonight and he let us know last night how he was doing.
There you go.
Hey,
Yeah,
Angry, I sent you the link to that video out of Ohio in Discord.
Do what?
I've seen that. Thank you. KS, thank you.
Yeah, I was just letting Angry know I sent him that link to the video.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just without.
Yes, Dave's a good guy.
And while I'm thinking about it, what I can actually do, I can actually flip that up. I can get into my StreamYard.
So anyway, like I said, this is. See, I'm just lost for words with this, and I know, hard to imagine. I'm lost for words, right?
Yeah.
Christine, I talk about this stuff daily, and I'm
Oh, I
lost
know.
for words.
I know. It's, and those people out there, it hasn't hit them. Just give it to next month, and they're going to be looking back, and There's going to be, they're going to go through the grieving process. They're going to be angry. They're going to cry. They're going to be in denial. They're going to be looking for blame. And this isn't going to be fixed in a day, in a week, in a month. I mean, my God, we're probably talking in a year. This isn't
We're
even going
talking
to be
probably a
fixed.
decade.
These homes and everything you've lost. My heart just goes to these people, and I can see here right now how every one of us are being affected by this. That's why we're showing this stuff. Can you imagine actually living there?
Yeah, I mean, this is, like I said, this is going to be used as training material for decades.
I haven't heard from Cassie. There's a guy here called Forging Thought. He is a firefighter out there, and he's down there now.
Yeah.
He's been keeping in contact with Summer.
Yeah, and I hope he
No,
goes home
don't.
to
You
his
can
family.
complain. You can complain some. You can even come up here and complain. How are you doing in your buildings, hon? And just an FYI, I've got Little Miss in the morning, and I have a huge board meeting tomorrow afternoon, so I won't be able to stay on here much past midnight because midnight's my bewitching hour of my beauty sleep.
Yeah, I really hope all these firefighters and everybody in California go home.
Oh, good. Is this breaking news now? I saw it come across breaking news.
Yes, this is live.
Oh, okay. What's the breaking news? Are they saying?
Palisade fire burns 15,800 plus acres, destroys 1,000 structures.
Okay, she's talking now.
If you take a look behind me, there's a hillside here that's pretty active tonight with flames and some spot fires. And what
I
we've been
appreciate it.
noticing in terms of these winds, although they have died down this
Yeah, I
evening
got to
and they're
jump
not
off
as
to here
strong and
tonight, y'all.
powerful as they were yesterday, they are still moving and they're blowing this way in the direction of the beach, which is behind us, kind of west on us as we drive along Pacific Coast Highway here, is that there are fire engines and fire crews kind of stationed along Pacific Coast Highway near some of the properties that are still standing. They're kind of taking that defensive posture with their fire hoses poised in case those embers blow down the hillside and not only reach the properties that are on the ocean front, but also some of the properties that are still standing at the bottom of those hillsides on the other side of the street along Rambla Vista here. We did see a truck making its way, I believe a first responder or some type of fire personnel making their way up that winding road and using a flashlight of some sort to kind of, I guess, maybe look for hotspots or identify any trouble areas that maybe were going to be problematic. And if so, I would imagine they would maybe get somebody up into that area to try to get a hand on that and get in front of it before it were to flare up. Now, even though we showed you that hill and it looks like those flames are small, perspective, right? And the depth of field, right, is one of the things that we've mentioned as we cover this fire. From our vantage point right here, it looks small, but really when you're up close on those flames, they're huge, they're massive, and they certainly are a threat to homes, not only on that side of the hillside, but also homes on this side, these oceanfront properties, as these winds bring those embers down this way. It is something that we've seen play out last night. Entire blocks of Pacific Coast Highway just leveled and decimated. Really sad images to see. We saw some of those, especially this morning as the sun came up, and it is hard to imagine what these people are coming back home to. And some of the people that live here who still have their homes standing, we can imagine they might feel lucky and they might be grateful that their home were spared. There's also sometimes guilt associated with that, mixed emotions that maybe your house is still standing, but your neighbor's house is just completely leveled and total loss. So a lot of emotions tonight, heavy hearts for the firefighters, the people that live in these communities, the journalists that are out covering these fires all across Southern California.
I think they lost.
We're so sorry. We just lost Michelle's audio, even though we can still see her. Michelle, if you can hear us, thank you so much for that report. We'll check back with you in a little while.
Oh, and we're going to go to Chris Christie, though. He is live above the Palisades fire with the latest from his vantage point. Chris?
Yeah, Colleen, take a look at this. A little bit of a concerning picture here. I want to tell you where we are. We're in Brentwood, actually, a little bit over to the east from the Pacific Palisades. What you're looking at up the center of your screen at the top, you see that big flare up there? That's Mandeville Canyon. But if you look in the foreground, there is a brand new fire start that is flaring up right up the hill from these hilltop mansions in Brentwood that was not there earlier. This whole area has been, the fire's been creeping up into this area throughout the day, and now you have a patch of flames right there that is no more than a couple hundred yards from the homes along Pescara Drive there. Go ahead and tilt down just a little bit there, Lucas. You've got Bayless Road, La Condesa Drive. This is eerily close to those homes that you're looking at right there, and this is the very top of Brentwood, I would say, just south of Mandeville Canyon. If you've got your map out, you can kind of get a picture of where we are. What I want to do is go ahead and transition to our Google Maps overlay where you can see what this looks like in daylight. So along that hilltop there, just below Sullivan Fire Road, is where that fire appears to be burning from our vantage point, somewhere between Sullivan Fire Road and Farmers Fire Road. But if you look at the end of Farmers Fire Road, there is a whole patch of very large homes right there on the very northern edge of Brentwood that are no doubt looking up in their backyards and wondering what is going on, what do they need to do, because it is certainly glowing, and certainly, you know, in this environment, anything can appear threatening. Now, I'm not saying this area is threatened right now, but I'm saying we're looking at this as a brand new fire start that was not here earlier and is real. Go ahead and bring it back. Just back out live.
Can I ask?
Very tall.
Can I ask you guys
now
a question?
sending embers
Yeah.
up that.
Of course.
Do you guys? I mean, we got, when the fires were in Canada, there was a lot of pollution and smoke down here. Are we gonna get a lot
All
of
the way
this?
down to Florida. Well, here's the thing, in my opinion. We're going to get some probably next week or the following week, but normally we don't get west-east winds that often. Canada, we always get north to south.
Okay.
But I'll bet you we get some, and we may even see some of the ash. See, nobody's thinking about where's the ash and the particles going yet.
Yeah. So the way Canada is situated and the way the winds were flowing is why we got so much effect from that. And where California is, and the way the winds are blowing, we may get some, or we may get a little bit. Is that what you're saying, Christine?
Correct. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at the wind things or anything. Here we got breaking news again.
Yeah.
I love the breaking news.
Tonight covering this deadly Eaton fire. Right now, I want to show you, firefighters are right now coming. Sources stretched completely thin. They're just completely passing what you can see here, this devastation. This home right now on Norwood Place in Mendocino Street, the latest in flames. Now, we've been here trying to figure out, get a sense of this home. It appears to be a family home, appeared to be 2 stories. We saw some bikes, some toys that are just now completely reduced to rubble. Obviously, completely devastation. We've been here really throughout the day talking to residents, some people coming to see if their home is still standing, others not so lucky. This home, now the latest one to go up in flames. So we'll continue to monitor these conditions, but for now, I'll send things back to you guys in the studio. In Altadena,
Yeah,
Brianna Willis,
Lisa, like Bronsberg is saying, don't think my city will get it if we have the Arctic vortex.
They're a difficult situation. And
Bronsberg,
all the fire
he's
zones
down
and
in
homes
California
continue to
also.
burn tonight.
No, he's up by you guys.
And
He's in New York.
Okay. In
the
New York.
danger
Okay.
continues. Time lapse there of the fire in
Look at that.
towards Runyon Canyon, burning towards Hollywood. And let's go now to
We got
Dallas
one more
Raines,
thing
who
that
is
we're gonna show
standing
you
by
because I am going to bed
right now.
Because it's
as
been
he
it's been
prepares.
it's been a
Sorry to
day.
do this to you, Dallas.
No, I appreciate you, AC.
He was prepared, and I think he's having a
for the
quick
last
snack.
thing.
But our apologies,
This
Dallas.
does
I mean, you're
not
on all the
affect.
time.
This is
Behind
not
the scenes that
out
everybody
in
wants
LA.
We
to
can't,
see.
AC, we can't hear you if that's so loud.
I saw it. I saw you unwrap it. I thought, oh,
Sorry.
That's all right. So what we have, the next thing we have is this.
There you go, Chilled and Door Knocker, if you're here, and Shelley. That's the electrical substation catching fire in Fort Worth. And they're supposed to be getting snow.
Yeah. There's things happening all over the place.
We are following breaking news happening right now in far north Fort Worth. It's a live picture of an electrical substation that, as I don't need to tell you, is on fire east of Alliance Airport. It's located near the corner of 17 Lakes Boulevard and Henrietta Creek Road.
Encore said this is one of its substations. It has rerouted power, so apparently a majority of the customers in that area still have power, but about 40 customers do not have power. At last check, Encore was working on cutting power to the substation so that fire crews can work on getting this fire under control. Yeah,
that's an electrical fire.
So there are crews from nearby Saginaw and Roanoke. They're assisting there on the scene. We're going to pass along updates on this situation
Ella,
to you
no.
as we get them.
That's crazy stuff. Yeah, Door Knocker, they can.
Handling this differently depending.
I just don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say right now.
I mean, I don't know what any of us can say. God, I don't know those people out there.
Catastrophe, you know, it's a catastrophe. What do you say? You know,
but the thing about it, I understand people want green energy, but we'll never get completely off of what we're using now. All I'm going to say is I've been reading the Bible and I don't know. I really don't. I don't know if this is what Revelation says, but God,
A lot of like.
going on. So much going on.
A lot alike. You know, and here's the thing. I understand. The Bible was written by men. I get it. But and whether you believe, don't believe, you know, whatever your God is, you gotta think these are men that wrote these books. And if you look in today's society, you see a lot of that happening. A lot.
what do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, the book of Revelations. I mean, I should need to turn that picture. I'm sorry.
I took it down.
I've never read.
No, I'm changing my picture. I didn't want to leave that fire one up there.
I've never read the Bible, and
well, the book of Revelations.
yeah.
If you don't, I mean, out of anything, you know, just kind of Google the synopsis, the short versions of the book of Revelations, and I'm telling you, it can't be coincidence with the sickness virus, with the fire, what's happening in California. You know, God promised us he'd never destroy the world again by water. And that's where the fire comes into play. Just my thought. And AC, I know you've had a long day, you've had a long week and putting on daily shows. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. I will get with you on Discord. I have an important meeting tomorrow, board meeting tomorrow. So after tonight, you know, and I got the little one here overnight, so I'll be up early with her, but probably after tomorrow. And I'm also working on a complaint with the DOJ on something. I just submitted everything to the Attorney General, so I've kind of been doing a lot lately. I'm burning that candle at all ends right now.
Is Little Miss sleeping?
Yeah.
Okay.
Christine, the thing about it, and just to go away from what we've been watching the last couple of nights, I still don't think certain people are done trying to get a certain politician, if you want to call him that. I don't think they're done.
How are they not going to be done?
I mean, there's just too many things going on. Because, and I'm just going to ask this to everybody. If there is no God, then evil wins. Because people do evil things.
They
If there
do.
is no God, evil wins.
But don't you
Because
think?
there's
But there are good people out there that don't believe in God.
that's not what I'm saying. But if there is no God, evil wins because people can do evil and never be caught. If there is no God. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. That's all I'm saying, because I know where my faith lies. And I'm not going to try to convert anybody, but it's something to think about.
Well, and I'm
Because
and AC, you know as well as I do, people that, you know, don't believe or say they don't believe, we all have to have faith. And you know as well as I do, as we start coming towards the end, we're going to see people either start believing and having that faith in God, or we're going to see people totally turn their back, and that's where evil's going to win. I have to agree. Kazi, Kenneth.
but yeah, I love these streams because I love my sister Christine. I love my sister Summer. The thing
We
about
love
it,
you.
I don't do it very often. There are times that I won't say anything in chat, but I'll be laying on my couch watching. There are times where I'll just sit back and listen.
Thinking, what are they thinking?
Yeah, sometimes yes. But
All right, Christina, are you gonna?
Now I'm going to stay for a few more minutes. I have a few. Not quite tired yet. I just took my Mucinex, so we'll see. I mean, if you want to hang with me.
Yeah, no, I will. Angry conservative. Like when you say God, can you define that?
The creator of the heavens and the earth, the man that gave me life and gave me it more abundantly, the man that puts right and wrong on my heart, the man, the entity that gives me what I need and sometimes what I want.
Okay.
The God is,
and I'm
believe
curious,
me, I'm not saying the God that I was taught as a child, because I think God loves all of us like our own fathers do.
Sure.
That's my belief.
Yeah. Because I was brought up being that God was a punishing God, you know.
That's the Old Testament God. Read
God's
the New
gonna
Testament.
do this and he's watching and God's gonna do that. But if people that don't believe in a religion, can they believe in a higher power?
Yes.
And can that higher power be anything but Jesus?
In my opinion, the Bible tells us there's only one way to heaven. There's only one way. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes unto the Father except through me, and that's through Jesus Christ.
Okay.
The Bible teaches me that.
So, and I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with your religion.
That's not my religion. That's what the Bible. That's
I
what
know,
the Bible tells me.
Right. And I'm just saying I may agree with your belief in Jesus. I'm just saying that. But what if somebody says to you, I don't believe in God, but I believe in a higher power, and that higher power is, I don't know, it's not me, but it's a candle.
They can believe whatever they want to believe,
But
if
do
they
you
want to,
do you how do you feel about that?
I will respect them.
Okay.
I will respect what they believe, but I will also tell them, like I've told you, there's only one way to heaven. There's not many ways. There's
Okay.
one.
Okay. I got you. I get you. I get it. I'm not saying I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you at all. I'm just kind of getting a feel, because a lot of people believe in a higher power, but they're like, I don't believe in this higher power. My higher power could be this, and so I'm just trying to get an understanding.
Because of me and the things that I do and things I don't always speak of, there's more evidence that Jesus died, was crucified on a cross, died, 3 days later came back to life. There's more proof of that than JFK getting shot.
What if I said to you that I'm Catholic and I'm raised Catholic, but my parents didn't go to church. I was never raised in that way, and I don't believe that I should go to church. I believe that I can talk to my God.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Who I believe is Jesus. I don't need to go to church to have that communication with God, who I believe is Jesus. I don't have to go and do those things. I can have a very good conversation with my God, who I believe is Jesus, right here in my own home. Do you believe in that?
Yes.
Okay.
And the thing about it, the Bible tells us where two or more are gathered in his name, he is amongst them. We're having this discussion could be considered that.
Because I believe and I believe, but I don't believe that I need to go to a house to worship. I don't believe that. I believe I can have my own communication right here in my own home, and anything that I feel like my sins, I can talk about them right here in my own home. I don't need to go to a house and say in front of another person behind a door and confess my sins to somebody. I believe I can do that right here in my own home and have that same. That's just me.
Relationship. No, I agree with that 100%.
Lisa, we're on the same page.
Okay.
We are on the same page.
All right.
My Alex, you have a great night. Love you.
All right. I mean, like that. I just believe, some people are like, no, you got to go to church. And then they're like, these people that are going to church, they're pulling out of the parking lot, giving the person
Oh my
the finger that
God.
cut them off.
Right?
You know what I mean?
These are the same people that believe in God, but the next thing you know, I hear them say the word God, DAM. Drives me batty.
Or
Believe
Jesus.
me, I don't. The one word I don't like to be called, and I'll call politicians this, I don't like to be called a hypocrite. I know what the Bible says. I have videos on the Bible where I'll break things down and I'll talk about them in my own personal way with people. Believe me, I know the Bible. I know what it says. And I love that, Lisa, if you've noticed, I'm getting more amped up because I love talking about this. This is something I can talk about 24/7. God has saved my life many times over.
Sure. And you could flip out on me right now, right? And you could be like, oh my God, I just made this commitment to God and I wasn't going to do it. And you flip out on me and you tell me, and then you can go in your own personal way and make your own personal, I did wrong, please forgive me, right? I don't have to go to church. You don't have to go to church. You don't have to sit there and be like, please forget. You can make your own sacrifice and be like, I treated this person wrong. Please forgive me. You know what I mean? Like, it
And,
doesn't.
and people talk about tithing to the church. And
What?
people talk about tithing to the church and 10%, blah, 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 blah. And this is my thing. In my opinion, I don't need to tithe to a church, to a group of people that, in my opinion, are going to mismanage the money anyway and for their own, where my money goes to help somebody in need, whether it's a young mom who needs groceries, whether it's a homeless person that needs $5 and let's say they need cigarettes. I'll buy them cigarettes. That's still me giving to someone, giving of myself to someone else.
100%. My grandmother, who devoted herself to the Catholic religion, she even to the day she died, she said her prayers every night. She was very devoted. But my grandmother didn't have easy births. Like, she had 2 children, my mother and my uncle, and both of them were not easy births. She just told me they weren't easy, and so she talked to the priest, and she was like, I'm not gonna have children anymore. Like, and you can't say that in the Catholic religion, that you just, if you're gonna have children, you're gonna have children. You can't, there's no birth control, there's no nothing. And the priest put her down and no, you're gonna have children, you're gonna just do what you have to do, and if you get pregnant. And so my grandmother was like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm risking my life, I'm risking my children. And she never went back to the Catholic Church ever again. But she believed, she said her prayers every night, and that's who she was. That's who she was. And that's how I think it should be. Like, you're not going to tell me how to live my life. You're not going to tell me what's best for me. You're not going to tell me, if I think it's best for me and my child that I may be giving birth to, that I'm not going to have children anymore. You're not going to tell me, no, that's not what the Catholic religion believes in. And you know what I mean? Like, and so she never went back. And I commend her for that, because you know what I mean? Like, if any of you guys were to be like, you're going to have a child, but these are the circumstances you may be facing, you're going to be like, no, I'm not going to do that. I might not do that. And if you go to your priest or whoever and you say, no, I'm not going to do this because it's not safe for me, and they say, no, you're going to do it because that's what this religion believes, what are you going to say? Are you going to look out for your best? You know what I mean? Like, are you going to look out for your best interest and your family? Or are you going to be like, no, this is what my religion believes? If my religion doesn't believe in my health and my best interest, then I'm going to leave. My grandmother, she never went back to church, but she said her prayers every night, and she, always kept everybody in her prayers. So, I don't know.
You gotta have faith in something.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. And we're talking about Catholic and Catholicism. At least I went to a Catholic elementary school, and all girl Catholic high school, and a Catholic college. I fell in love with my husband and went to go marry him, but they couldn't marry us in the Baptist church because he was divorced. And we didn't want to jump through the hoops in the annulment. I just refused to do that. So we got married in a Baptist church because even though I was Catholic and went to all these Catholic schools, most of my friends were Baptist. And my parents told me as long as I went to church on Saturday night, I could skip the church on Sunday at our church. And this was growing up. And I went with my friends to the Baptist church because they were all welcoming. And so we got married at the Baptist church that I attended for years with my friend. But after that, I still was involved with the Catholic Church, and my husband and I, it was so funny. We were sponsors of people wanting to convert to Catholicism, because you have to go through classes to convert and blah, blah, blah. And we were those people that we would pair with.
Yeah.
But ever since that time, I never went back to the Catholic Church, ever. And my children were never baptized in the Catholic Church. And heaven help, because according to the Catholic religion, my children, if they would have died as children, would have died.
Yeah.
And if they died, they were going to burn in hell. Well, I get it. When you supposedly in the Catholic religion, once you're born, you were born with sin. So no, it wasn't happening, but I understand what you're talking about. And I don't believe that I have to, a church to me isn't, or a belief or a faith isn't sitting in four walls. It's my belief. Nobody can tell me what my belief is. And do I believe in a higher power? I do. But I also believe in the moon, the wind, the sun, those things too, and burn candles and burn sage to keep to cleanse the house out. So I'm weird.
Oh, no, for sure. But and if you look at a clock, like I look at a clock and it's
Oh,
5:55.
hold on one second. Hold on one second. Of course, Summer. I will keep the piano going until you're done, sweetheart.
If
She'll
I
be
look at a
almost
clock
done.
and it's 5:55, I'm like, that's my mother or my father looking after me. You know what I mean? Like that's me. That's the way I am. Or you guys are like 11:11. That's
Oh, there's a new fire in Studio City.
Yeah.
Mm.
I seen that. Look out for the raccoon.
Yeah. Stay away from the raccoon.
But Lisa.
Yes.
I know there's a lot of people that don't believe in religion but believe in God and Jesus. And the thing about it, we don't have to have, as the Catholics do, we don't have to have that person go to God for us. We already have him. He died on the tree of Calvary for us. That's our mediator with God.
Yeah.
That's our mediator. Yeah, because I know I screw up. But believe me, I'm not perfect. I'm far from it. But
Me too.
If people can see the love of God in me and the things that he's given me to do a better job with videos, to be able to do more videos, and to give me memberships and all the other stuff that he's given me because I stream, I'm gonna praise his name. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And like Mr. I can't remember which one said it, put in the chat, we are the church.
Oh,
we're the church, the people. Me, you, and Christine, we are the church. We are the bride of Jesus when he comes back a second time.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Christine, you had said something. I wanted to kind of touch on it, and I forgot what you were saying, but I mean, I personally, I don't think that I need to worship anywhere I have my own relationship with my higher power that I choose to call God in my Catholic religion, but I don't feel like I need to go to church. I don't feel like if I don't go to church and I don't, you know, then if you're not going to accept me, then that's fine too. But I'm going to still have my own personal relationship with my God, and if you accept it, you accept it. If you don't, you don't.
But you know what? Nobody has to accept it but you. You know that, right?
Exactly, 100%, 100%. And
Because
that's
we have to, you know, it's a big thing, and I'm a firm believer in saying this, and Summer and everybody is.
mhm.
We I don't have to prove I have a higher power. My everyday life, I live that. Summer lives that. At least I'm sure you live that, because we give of ourselves to
For sure.
others.
100%.
So Bobby Joe is saying my dad's up in the bird in the bird with his Bambi, and Mom is worried about him, so we are taking time away from the cast. Bobby Joe is from Canada, but they have gone down to California to help their family. And Lisa, door knockers suggesting to watch the movie The Chosen. I believe that would help you have a better understanding.
A better understanding of, and then there's nothing after that. So,
We're waiting probably for her to type it.
okay.
Alex, it's good to see you. And Bobby Joe, our hearts and prayers are going out for you. And please stay safe. And it's very generous of you to go down to help somebody else. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. And we can't wait till something catastrophic happens to help our neighbors. And I always talk about, last night, for example, we were talking about, I don't know, schools or whatever, or taxes. I don't know what it was.
We were on a lot of different subjects.
Yeah, but I was telling. Oh, we were talking about money and the economy and things like that. But you know, I was talking, and I always talk about me, but it's not really about me. I always say me because I don't want to, you know, say anything about anybody else. But you know, when I talk about we and me, it's not me. And I pointed out last night. Oh, she said of God, Jesus. I pointed out something last night that when I say we, it's not about me. You know, what I'm concerned about isn't going to affect my life, really. It's really not. It's not going to affect my children's lives because I can afford things. I have the money. So when I talk about we, what is this next administration going to do to us? Are we really going to be able to afford food and rent and things like that? And I guess that's what I try to tell people. It's not, you know, when I'm talking about we, I care about my community. And when I say my community, I just don't mean in, you know, where I live or the county I live in. I talk about every human being across the United States. Does that make sense? So, you know, that's I think this me in this world. If we thought about, okay, great, how am I gonna, you know, how are these tariffs gonna affect me? Well, they're really not. It's gonna cost me more to get things, but these tariffs are gonna be affecting a lot of people, a lot, if they come to fruition. But
yeah,
that's kind of where I'm at. But no, that movie that she's talking about, The Chosen, it, you know, she wants you to just watch it because it may give you a little bit more insight what some people believe in God and Jesus.
And God, Jesus, like, I don't, I'm,
You know,
I don't
this is we don't judge, so you can say what you want.
No, I'm not. It's not that I don't believe in God, and it's not that I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe that anyone needs to be in a specific place, like a church or anything like that, to have a communication with their higher power. And I might believe it. I believe in Jesus. I totally do. but I don't believe that I need to go to church or I need to be like donating to be like I'm in this community. I can have that relationship with my God that I choose to believe is Jesus right here in my own home, and that's what I think I'm trying to say is that I think so many people feel like they need to go to church and to worship. And so many people go to church and they pull out of the parking lot and they're like, effing you pulled, you know what I mean? It's like you just forgot what you just left.
Summer.
Hey, I just came up here. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. But Lisa, I agree with you 100%. I agree that you don't have to go to a building. Actually, some of the best church I have is on the streets, is on this panel, is sitting in my car, has been in front of a trap house. You know what I mean? Like my God, who like when I came to everything, I did the whole church thing and everything like that. But I being a human trafficking survivor, I got re-exploited by the church. So after I get out of everything, now I'm getting pimped out in the name of Jesus, right? So I strongly believe that we are the church. Well, we gotta love it, and we can. And things don't have to be pretty. You know what I mean? And on this channel, I have people that believe in God, believe in Jesus. I have people that are Muslim. I have people that don't believe at all. I have people that believe a doorknob is their savior. And guess what? That is okay with me. I'm gonna love them where they're at, and they're gonna love me where I'm at, and we're gonna keep it moving.
100%. I mean, everybody believes in what they believe in, right? And
That's right.
And whatever saves you. And
I say
if
as long as it makes you a good human being, I don't give a fuck what it is.
Exactly. 100%.
A gooder human being. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever you believe in, at the end of the day, we come into this world by ourselves. We leave in this world by ourselves. Now, the goal is to do as much good as you can. You know what I mean? And so, like, why I don't care what I do care what other people believe, but I'm not the type of person. I believe a real believer, and that means somebody. To me, I don't like the word Christian because it's just kind of ate up for me. But I say believer, and those are people that I believe walk out their faith. They don't just talk about God to other people. They don't lecture God, try to condemn people. I don't have to even bring up my belief system. I can show you the love of Christ through the actions I do daily.
100%.
And I can show you the hell of
100%.
I can show you the hell of the devil hell. You know what I mean? Because we all have both in us.
Exactly.
It's what we choose to do.
She doesn't have to go to church every day to show she's a good person, right? She's going to show you what she does. And if you don't believe it, then you don't believe it. That's it.
Right. Yeah, I can't convince people. People, we all heard this shit people say.
She doesn't need to go like to church and go like, oh, I did this, I did that. No, she's going to show you for her who she is. And that's it.
Now, I'll tell you one thing that I will say that the one thing I do miss about church is I did like that community, right? And what's really cool is that community that actually was meant for me. We still do things, you know what I mean, outside of church. And I love to worship, you know what I mean? So like in my church, I went to it was like the 10th biggest church in the United States. It's a fucking Jesus over Christ, Six Flags church. But it had an amazing fucking worship. I mean, their worship is actually nationally known. That's where I got into like Christian, faith music or whatever. But other than that, I don't know, dude. I've just never been. I think the biggest when I ran my shelter, the coolest compliment that I got was, Summer, I don't really fuck with Jesus, but if I did, how I see Jesus is what you do. You know what I mean? And I was just like, that's the kind of shit you want to hear. You don't want to, I'm not going to lecture you. Oh, you're going to go to hell. That's not my fucking place. I don't even know where the fuck I'm going. Because at the end of the day, what I believe in, I'm not the one that makes that decision. Because if I did, well, we'd all be going.
Exactly. Yeah.
Hey, and Lisa, you don't have to answer this, but I do have a question because the way you're framing it.
Sure.
Are you part of a 12-step program?
In the past, I have been.
All right. Then I will ask it this way. Are you friends of Bill and Bob?
In the past, yes.
All right. because the way you were talking about certain things, I was like, this sounds like because I am in a 12-step program. I am a friend of Bill and Bob.
Yeah.
It just rang. It was just ringing in my ear. I was like,
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, when I first got out of everything, because let's just say some abuse happened to me when I was younger in the basement of a church. And so it was really hard for me to go to church. Also, like, even to say like God. So like, and you'll even hear me do it from time to time, but I'll address God as, I'll be like, what's up, big guy? You know what I mean? And I also like showing people, because I remember one day a girl called me. She said, will you pray with me, Summer? Blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah. And so in the middle of the prayer, because I'm a dork, I forgot what I was saying. And I was like, shit, God. And she was like, did you just cuss while we was praying? I said, listen, baby, God is with me all the time. He knows my heart and he knows me. I was like, so yeah, I talk to God like he's, you know what I mean? Like I've yelled at God. I've gotten mad. I've cursed God. I have a forgiving God. So at least that's who I believe in now.
You just said something. A forgiving God.
100%.
Yep.
With
So
that
that's
said,
the one
though,
I choose to serve. And some people, because I'm big into nature and stuff, I mix a little Jesus and a little, I call it nature, but some people be like, oh, that's witchy shit, Summer. Because you know, I like crystals and I like nature shit. You know what I mean? So I mix it all together and it works for me. And people will say, you can't do that. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I'll answer for whatever I do wrong whenever it's supposed to be, if that's the case.
but
yeah.
I am gonna say this, lovely ladies. Thank you for having me. I've enjoyed the last couple of nights. It's been
We've had a ball.
interesting.
I want to say a special appreciation to you and Christine, because you guys have been kicking ass. This has been a very emotional last couple of days with the fires and everything like that. And so I want everybody to make sure they take care of themselves. Maybe watch a funny movie. Please, even in the chat, do me a favor, watch something funny, because sometimes we can get in a pattern of things that are so bad that it kind of starts really affecting us. And we got to stay strong, because things are going to come at us 500 times, as we all know that. So in between, just watch some silly shit, you know, like I watched there's a guy on TikTok. If you want to know something really funny, maybe I'll show it when I get home. We'll do a little, and then there's a guy that has sex dogs and they have babies. So I'm just saying.
So Summer, I want to tell you this, Bobby
I had
Joe
to cover my
in the
dog's
chat.
ears when you just said that. I had to cover my dog's ears.
Bobby Joe in chat said, Summer, my mom said to say hello, crazy Canuck. She said she helped you when something dangerous was going on near you. I wonder if that has to do with Queenie?
I know that name.
No, sounds familiar. She can't remember what it was. She said her brain is tired.
Tell her we will talk soon, and tell her thank you so much. And I'm so glad that she said, hey, I know that name, so I don't, and I'm tired too, girl. I've been running emergency shelters all week and I just did outreach. I'm exhausted. My brain's not working either, but we'll figure out what it was. But I'm so glad that she stopped in.
Yeah, that crazy Canuck name sounds familiar.
It does sound really familiar.
Summer.
Yes, sir.
As much as I give you crap from time to time, I just want people to know I do love you, I do respect you, and keep up the great work, because you're doing a hell of a job, young lady.
Oh, well, thank you. And I respect and love you too. And that's what I was saying before I think I went squirrel. I really do appreciate you and Christine, though. You guys have been kicking ass, and thank you. And Christine, I'm so proud of you, girl. Look at you. Great, running streams and shit. You doing videos and shit. You got this.
I got this.
Hey,
now
now
we'll get
we
you
need
together.
to get her on we need to get her to run a panel on her own channel. Just saying.
Well, we're gonna get her there, but we're also gonna we want to get Shelly too. We're gonna get Shelly up here and get her trained as well, because I want her and Christine to be, and cause see what they can do is what's cool is we can all stream at the same time if we want to. And then when Christine does one here, maybe she'll start a panel, you know, eventually. And then we can go support her. We can support Shelly, and we could just, that's what community is all about, man. Like it ain't a competition. It's all about, it's support Angry. You guys have supported. I mean, I hope you have subbed up to Angry.
I've been putting his chat in tonight.
Okay.
I've already had like 4 or 5 people subscribe.
Yes, that's exactly what it was. When the guy shot up J-Town Mall, and I went to the mall, and everybody was like, Summer, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, we gotta go. Somebody shot up the mall. So, and then he was on the loop. He was out in the vicinity running around, and we didn't know where he was. And people were helping me keep tabs on him, or what the radios and shit were saying. So he didn't jump in my car, and thank goodness he didn't. So, and he got arrested. I think it was like 5 days later.
But I am getting off of here. I got more work to do. I got a country to save.
Go save that country, baby doll.
I gotta save the country for all the people that come after me. Because I will say this now. I don't put my faith in politicians or people, but I will put my faith. I will put my trust in certain people, but they won't be on a pedestal. No one's on a pedestal with me. Love you all. Good night.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Thank you for the little church service, because that was much appreciated.
We had a little church, little hot best church up in this motherfucker. Love you, AC. We're not, door knocker, we're not going anywhere. Give me I'm going to jump down so I can knock this out real quick, because if I'm talking to y'all, I'm never going to get done, and Christine's never going to go to bed, and then she's going to kill me. So I want to stay alive, so I will be back in just a minute.
All right. So are we ending this, Christine? So
We're going to stay on for a while. Anybody wants to come up, the panel link's there. We can pretty much talk what anybody would like to speak of. No, Master Troller, it's not a competition for the front seat. I've already told you. It is my seat. I get shotgun. I can tie you to the front bumper or up on top of the roof. I warned you. You can sit next to me. We can share the front seat, but you told me your ass is too big. So I don't know what else to do. Master Troller, for at least the last year, has been trying to knock me out of my front seat on Wednesday nights.
Have you looked into the cars anymore?
I will be honest with you. It kind of freaked me out a little bit, because you hear about the fires and everything, and like I said, I probably live in a community that has a higher amount of these cars, even several of the trucks, and that may be why I'm seeing more. We even had one catch on fire last week. And you know how we were talking about what salt water does, and that's why they're not using the salt water to help put the fires out. And I think that's part of the problem. We've got air in our salt because we're 10 miles from the ocean. So we get that salt water. I don't know if you heard me earlier say that we keep a TV outside on the lanai, because like when the kids are swimming, our lanai is like another room to us outside. But I got to replace that TV like every year and a half because of the corrosion from the salt air.
So I did hear someone mention that there's other cars out there.
Yes, there's a Chrysler.
Yeah.
I'm looking at.
Have you looked into any of them?
Yeah, I am looking into them, and they do have a lot of the same features. I want to go test drive one is what I want to do, but I kind of been a little busy.
Yeah.
I'm burning the candle in all directions right now because I've got things going on with the Attorney General. Well, yeah, I got things
you a
going.
book right now.
Oh yeah, I'm like, normally she'll go to bed between 7 and 7:30, but when Wednesdays her mom gets her on Monday, and then she drops her back off on Wednesday, and then my son will keep her until Monday.
So when you
it's
try
great.
to put her down and you're like, okay, go to bed, will she like read me a book? Read me a book?
Yeah, she's like everything in the world she can do. And it's really hard for me not to lay there and read a book with her. I believe kids learn good reading skills if you allow them at this age to start with books. And no, she can't read, but she, she can see a word. She's getting real good at seeing a word and be able to identify the simple words like, because they're pictures of them too. So she'll see the bathtub and she'll say bathtub, and it's just, I love kids at this age. They're just sponges, and
But
it's
when you
really
say to
bad.
her, okay, it's time to go to bed, what does she
Yeah,
say?
well, I tell her you have one book, and I'll tell her to count to 3, and she'll count to 3. I said, okay, so let's pick 3 books, and she'll put 3 books. I said, you get one book to read. Which one is it? So, I'm also teaching her A, counting, B, we got to make a decision. And normally after that, she'll read real slow, or she'll want to go back to another page, but she'll stay in that one book. But when she's done with the book, she'll say, oh, Grandma night-night. Yes, it's time to go night-night. And then she'll look in Papa's room, and she used to be afraid of the oxygen. She's not afraid of that anymore. She'll look in Papa's room and see he's sleeping. And I said, see, now Grandma's going to go in there and go to bed too. So she'll say, okay, Grandma. It's a whole process, a whole process. But
Do you have to
nights
stay with her until she falls asleep? Or
no, normally I don't. No, I'll put her in
so you're like, okay, I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, I put her in her bed, and she still wants a bottle, so I put an ounce of milk in. That's it, in a bottle, and that's another task, because it seems like her mom just shoves bottles at her. She's 2.5. This child should not have a bottle. It irritates me to no end. Irritates my son, but it's really hard when because she knows she doesn't get a bottle with us, but we've been giving her one because if her mom's doing it nonstop, and I figured it's her mom doing it nonstop because she's hungry, bottle hungry, and I'm like, she says she's hungry, and her mom just gives her a bottle just to shut her up, and I really think she does,
Yeah.
and it's sad. But I did get her signed up for preschool and for August. Can you believe some of these schools, because it's school, most of my preschool my other grandchildren went to, but you have to get ready in January, February to get the applications done so that they can get accepted in freaking August. It's crazy. And they fill up so fast, so if you're late, you ain't getting a spot.
Yeah, right.
But and she's only 3. We're only going to send her 2 days a week, unless things change, which may change because rumor has it her mother's pregnant.
Oh.
Well, that means she can't leave. She can't move 50 miles from where my son lives. She can't. That's in the courts.
Where is this new boyfriend from?
He lives about 90 miles from us,
Okay.
and she's going to try.
No, she can't.
And Jamie goes, well, she could take it in the court, and the judge is going to let her. I said, Jamie, there's no way you have it per the court. I mean, that's why we put this in there. Per the court records, they share joint custody 50-50. Okay, that's number one.
She gives him no reason why he doesn't have the right. You know what I mean? Like,
well, Florida is a 50-50 state, so right there screws her. But we made sure it was in the court papers. She cannot relocate. She cannot move 50 miles outside of where my son lives without an approval of the court. And Jamie's like, oh, she's going to take it back in the court. You're just going to give it to her. I'm like, Jamie, there's no way a judge would. She's going to be starting school. You have been the primary caregiver in this child's life.
Right. Exactly. That's what I mean. Like, if
he was a deadbeat dad and didn't do
Sure.
anything.
Or only had her on weekends or every other
Yeah.
weekend, but it's not
No,
that
but
way.
yeah, no, he's probably been more present from.
Oh, 100%. I mean, he was the one
Yeah, the
that
court's
taking
not
care
gonna
of her.
let her move. I mean, you can move, but you're gonna
Sure.
have
You're not taking the
to bring her
baby.
back.
Oh, a 4-story building collapsed in Hollywood Hills. Just saw them save a doggy. Oh my God, chilled. I can't imagine this, what's going on. It's the devastation. Oh my God. These people are never going to recover. Never. But yeah, so, and I told my son he needs to stop freaking out. No judge in the world
No.
is going to allow her to move with your child.
I mean, she
Judge,
can go, but she's got to bring
sure.
him. She's got to bring him, or her daughter back.
Well,
But and she's probably not going to do it.
no. So this is probably going to need to be another freaking fight in the courts. He spent $5,000 and he didn't have to. But at first he was, because he was going for more than 50%. And just after going through what the new laws are in Florida, he just said, forget that. But,
Did he ever
she
try to
needed,
get I don't know how it works, but he's the sole caretaker, and she gets visit
well,
visitations.
now, if she moves that's probably what would happen, because even with schools, it has, and then she did another thing, and I'll tell you about that, but, in the court, it said that schools have to be agreed upon, but the parent who has the higher ranking in schools, that should be the school she goes to. Well, that's us.
Right.
Where my son lives in the same community I do, our schools are A's. Where she is supposed to be living, where her address is, which is her mom's, those are C and D schools. So she doesn't have a chance. I mean, she wants to keep this, that's fine, but she can't deny my son wanting to put her into preschool, and on Tuesdays, she'll have to bring her all the way from Orlando to here.
Exactly.
And she's not going to do that.
No.
And especially if she's pregnant and got a newborn coming. And when we heard this, we kind of freaked out, because she would get so flustered with Riley, and they were living with us at the time. And she would shake Riley, and her friends and nurse also, we had to explain to her what shaken baby syndrome is and what happens when you shake a baby's brain. I mean, yeah. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah,
Master Troller, thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it. And just wait, we're going to be doing more of these video things, and we'll be able to pull up some P. Diddy stuff. And especially now that, the court goes through in May. We got this, Master. We are going to elevate everyone this year. 2025 is our year.
You heard?
You heard? No, I hate saying that, that,
I
right?
know.
But
But it's like it comes out naturally.
yeah, I know, but it's just like, yes, I sound very unintelligent.
You heard?
Just saying, I sound a little bit unintelligent doing that. But,
I don't know. She is not going to be able to get away with that. She's not. She's not going to be able to get away with it. And at the same
I told my
time,
son that maybe he just needs to go in and do full custody, fight her for full custody.
Yeah. And at the same, that's. It's hard too, because
you've never heard
that child.
You've never heard of a judge taking a child away
from the mother.
No, I know they take them from the mother because my oldest son has custody of his 2 girls. Always has.
But the mother will always be the first person unless there's
not in Florida.
reason
Not in
different.
Florida. Not in Florida. Like I said, Florida passed a law back in July of 2023 that it is 50% custody, and the only way a judge is to deviate that is if there is documentation that there has been abuse or the parent is a danger to the child.
Okay. So when it's 50-50, what does that mean? That
It's
there's 7 days
50-50.
7
what
days in the week.
what they do is she gets her on Monday night, Tuesday nights, every Monday and Tuesday nights. My son has her every Wednesday night and Thursday night.
Okay.
And then every other weekend, he has her the Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, and goes back Monday night. And every other weekend, she has Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
That makes sense.
It's totally divided 50-50.
And
And now
I
when
think that's how it should be. If
I
both parents are
100% agree.
responsible,
Yep. Well, and here's the other thing. When they first separated back in January, he had her for 3 weeks straight. And then mom would come get her for like a Saturday and Sunday and then bring her back. And then after about 6 months, he started allowing her to have another day. She pretty much walked out of those two's lives. But she got a new boyfriend. She was engaged to my son. And she got a new boyfriend, and it is what it is, I guess, Move on.
There's a girl I work with that how do I say it? I'm okay with her. I deal with her. I like her. I don't agree with a lot of things she does. And so today we're all having a conversation, and we were talking about insurance and AA. What's the one that you can USAA? And I'm like, well, how are you getting USSA? And she goes, well, you haven't heard? And I'm like, no, what? And she put up her ring finger, and she's like, I married Vic. And I'm like, what? You knew this guy 6 months. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if it's me or if it's just I don't know. What do you think? Somebody
First of all, I'll tell you, it depends on ages, okay? Because I'll tell you, I met my husband like September, October.
Okay.
We didn't start dating till December.
Yeah.
And we married in February.
So
and this February, and in next month, it'll be 41 years.
So 2 months you guys knew each other and you married.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. All right.
At 18.
I mean, I wasn't, I'm not knocking her. I'm just like, oh, all right. I didn't. She's like, oh, you didn't know? And I'm like, no, I didn't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, what am I going to say? But no, I'm not. Listen, you can meet somebody the week before and be in love and be happy. And that's what's important. Just be happy. But I don't know. I don't know. Just it's not typical. It's not, typical that somebody just meets somebody and
Well, I'll be honest. I think it depends a lot on age, don't you?
age, and I think experience, and I think some of the people that I work with, I think I heard a lot of stuff, and I think it took into my response to it. That
Is she old? Is she older?
older than me?
Well, no, older in life. I mean, 40s,
No,
50s. Oh, okay.
no. She's not older, and she's not older than me. She's how do I say, I like her, but at the same time there's just something always happening. It's just like, I call her name's, I call her J-Lo for specific reasons, and it has nothing to do with Jennifer Lopez. She's J-Lo. And I'm like, so today we were having lunch, and I'm like, what? And she goes, oh, you didn't hear her? And she puts out her finger, and I'm like, all right, okay. And like, nothing surprises me. So I'm like, I don't want to insult her, because I don't be like, and I didn't even say congratulations, because I'm just like shocked. So I don't know. I'm like,
Relationships are very intricate. And here's the thing, though. You know, and this is just my opinion, and I kind of think that a couple of my sons have this. They're old souls, and they don't feel complete without a partner. And I know it sounds weird, because my son and I were talking. Two of my sons and I were talking, and they were brought up in, I feel, a loving family, and you know, with a mom and a dad. And my son says, I want that. I want to have a family and to grow old, and my children feel that security of a mom and a dad. And I had to tell him, I said, Jamie, you are whole by yourself, and you're even more whole with your child.
yep.
And I understand what you're saying, but you know, it's not a bad thing that if a child isn't raised equally by both parents. But what I ask of you, talking to him, is that you realize you are worth life, and you respect yourself. Don't sell yourself short just to please another person. And if somebody else disrespects you, you're disrespecting yourself if you don't change it. And not yourself, but maybe the environment you're in.
But
He's a good kid.
But a lot of times, like what you just said, you're like, my mother used to say to me all the time, Lisa, I just wish you would find someone and be happy and settle. And I'm like, how do you know I'm not happy? Because if at this moment I'm not in a relationship, how do you know I'm not happy?
Right.
Why do I need to have somebody in my life to make me complete, make me whole? That's not what's going to make me complete, and that's not what's going to make me whole, because I can find somebody in my life that's going to make me complete, make me whole, and that's going to abuse me and make me miserable. Or I can be single and find someone in my life that is just gonna treat me good, but it might not meet your standards. And like, so that's, my mother was always like, she used to always be like, I just want happiness. I just want you to be happy. I want you to find someone in your life. And I'm like, Mom, like, how do you know I'm not happy? How do you know I'm not happy? And to this day, I am happy,
being me. I'm happy being me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need somebody in my life to make me happy. But do you know how long it has taken me in my life to be that person? To think like I don't need somebody in my life to be happy? Because there were times where I'm like, well, my life's not complete because of X, Y, and Z. I don't need that in my life. I can be happy being with me. I can be happy just fine with me.
And I think that goes back to just like the word, oh, it drives me batty. I hate this. You know, when couples separate or, you know, couples divorce, you know, the kids come from a broken home. How do you know that home wasn't broken while they were married? Maybe it's now been fixed. Kids
Right.
aren't from broken homes.
Yeah.
I hate that term,
Yeah.
broken homes. What do you mean broken homes? What, they take it and snap it in half? Or what are you talking about? Kids can't be happy and healthy. Couples, individual people can't be happy and healthy. Maybe it was broke.
Right. And you could take two families that are divorced and get along just fine. And they have a great relationship with one another, and they have a like understanding where you're going to do this, you know, where you're going to take the child on this day, you're going to say
Hold on one second, Lisa. I just want to say, everybody, all you lurkers and peeps and whomever's out there, because I see you. Katrina and I both just dropped Summer's Let's Play channel. Everybody sub to it, and that is a channel that, you know, we can kind of play a little bit more. It's not as monitored. We're not having any racism going on that channel. So just everybody sub to it.
You heard?
You heard? God, you and me are going to have an issue with that. You know, but I understand what you're saying, and I'm kind of going through that. But
Yeah.
you know, we have to learn. Individuals have to learn to be happy for themselves and with themselves.
And it took me, I'm not going to say it took me a long time to be happy with Lisa. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It took a very long time. It took a lot of work. It took a lot of time. It took a lot of like me being friends with people. I'm like, why are you hanging out with me? Like, why would you want to hang out with me? Like, and to this day, I'm like, why wouldn't you want to hang out with me? Like, I am me. I am who I am, you know, and it takes work. It takes a lot of work to be comfortable with who you are, and it's not something that you just do overnight. You know, you have to, how do I say it?
You have to be. You have to be able to be content with who you are,
Right.
and what your beliefs are and morals are, and there's nothing wrong.
Right.
To
You
be
can't
you.
just if you have low self-esteem, right? And you're like, well, I'm just gonna I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna be just like who I am.
Yep.
But you can't take anything. I don't know how I can say it without offending anybody. It's just, you have to have there's a lot of work in the past. You know, if you have a past, there's a lot of work.
Well, you know something, we all have a past. And I always tell people that we all have a journey. My journey may not be the same as yours. or same as Summers, or the same as Tom, Dick, or Harry walking down the street.
Yeah.
But what you do during that journey will make you who you are, who your mates are,
Yeah.
and who your friends will be.
Yep. 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 It's complicated. It's so complicated that it's like hard to explain, but Summer said, okay, got to show over their set for 120. What does that mean?
At 1:20 when she gets home, I guess that's going to be the time she's going to get home. Shelly, you're welcome to come up. She's going to close this one out and open up one Let's Play. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. Everybody, and I mean everybody, subscribe to Let's Play. At 1:20, Summer will be starting a panel over there. And who knows where that takes you? Right? Who knows? But anyway, so yeah, life's complicated. Some of us just have more layers to peel off that complication. Don't you think? Lose you? Miss Lisa? Stay? Did you sub to it? No, stay. Just an FYI. I go to the other channels because I don't have to monitor as much. Right. Oh, we lost her. Summer, you want me to end this one and start that one so you can start getting people up there? I can do that. Lisa, I don't know where you went. Shelly, you gonna come up? You gonna come up and Let's Play? Yeah, so you don't have to monitor it as much. I can end this and start that one. And that way it gives you time and gets people time to start coming in. And then when you get up there, I'll bop down. I may stay in the back though so that I can hear, watch. Because I have a lot of people blocked. I just don't see them. Well, not by yourself. I never let you up there by yourself. I'd be up there till Summer got up there. And then she'd kick you, honey. Just saying. Because nobody wants to come see me, and now that I've started putting out Let's Play, they better be over there. Let's Play. It's a lot of fun there. You don't have to deal with boring me. Because I just sit here and babble. And now that Lisa left me, I really sit here and babble. See that poor puppy doggy, like going by myself. So anyway, well, I am going to go ahead and end the stream. Summer should be on her way home if she's not there yet. And no, it's not started already. I'll wait and see if Summer starts it at 1:20. Great. If not, I'll start it to at least get people in there to fill. But as of right now, I'm going to go ahead and end this channel. Money, are you sub to Summer's Let's Play channel? She's going to start an open panel there. I'll put the link in again. Hold on. Okay, glad you're sub because that's where someone's going to be starting a panel at 1:20. Should get an alert, but maybe not. because after you go live 3 times, you don't always get the alerts. So keep a lookout for her, because I'm going to go ahead and end this. She's going to be starting one in 12 minutes. So count down 12 minutes, okay? Perfect. See y'all in a bit. Bye-bye.